Chapter 1401. The figure that appeared in Zi Chen's Sea of Consciousness was naturally himself. Zhan Ling's words just now had enlightened him. Beastmasters had special privileges. A beastmaster's spiritual senses were merely mutated spiritual senses. Other than being powerful, there was nothing special about them. However, such a spiritual sense had the privilege of ignoring all combat skills. Then what about Zichen? His spiritual sense cultivation method came from a page of the Heavenly Book, and he himself had fused with that page of the Heavenly Book. A mere mutated spiritual sense was nothing compared to a perfect spiritual sense. A beastmaster was nothing in front of him. Of course, they were nothing. Zichen figured everything out. As the figure appeared, he felt a power. This was an extremely special power that belonged to a perfect spiritual sense. As for Zichen, who was immersed in the figure, he also felt a special privilege from this power. This was also the privilege of a perfect body. Similarly, it ignored all combat skills. The figure held the scabbard in his left hand and punched out with his right. Low-grade technique, fist-killing technique. Zichen's Sea of Consciousness began to shake. A fist filled with terrifying power headed for the depths of his Sea of Consciousness. In the outside world, everyone was looking at Zichen, who was coughing up blood. They were very worried because Zichen was about to be unable to hold on. Once Zichen fell, the entire team would probably be wiped out. Zichen stood up with difficulty. Then he stopped moving forward and remained motionless. In the next moment, Zichen actually closed his eyes. Everyone knew Zichen and knew that he was not a person who gave up easily. However, at this moment, Zichen closed his eyes. This puzzled everyone. Even Zhan Ling's cold and indifferent eyes revealed a trace of surprise. However, the moment Zichen closed his eyes, everyone felt an additional aura around Zichen's body. This was an indescribable aura. It was very powerful. It was as if he was the only ruler of the world, looking down on all things in the world and seeing the common people as ants. He was tall and imposing, looking down on the world. However, this kind of aura disappeared in a flash, as if it was an illusion created by everyone in a trance. Zichen was still the same old Zichen. His spirit was still weak, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that it was just a hallucination caused by their eagerness for Zichen to win. Everyone thought it was an illusion, but the battle spirit didn't think so. His spiritual sense far surpassed everyone else's. Just now, he had clearly sensed some sort of change in Zichen's body. Even now, this change still existed. In addition to the changes in his body, he also felt a threat to his life that he had never felt before from Zichen. It was as if the moment Zichen closed his eyes, he had obtained an extremely powerful technique that could kill him. The warning of danger was still there. The battle spirit's expression gradually became solemn. As this warning continued, he looked at Zichen as if he were facing a great enemy. Through his keen senses, he could feel an aura emanating from Zichen. This aura was very oppressive, so oppressive that he felt as if he were suffocating. His breathing became rough and heavy. He opened his mouth and released a long roar. This was the first time he had issued a battle cry. A giant tiger suddenly appeared in front of the battle spirit. This giant tiger was large and also bold and fierce. It reared its head back and roared, its rumbling voice spreading out in all directions. It was like the king of the forest had come into being. Its entire body shined with a mighty aura. Under the battle spirit's command, it rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's eyes were still closed. He didn't respond at all, allowing the giant tiger to rush towards him. Whether or not this is a trick, we'll see soon enough. Seeing the giant tiger disappear, the battle spirit coldly said. The giant tiger was large, extremely large, much larger than the strange beast from before. It was clear that this was the battle spirit's powerful technique, or at least one of his powerful techniques. As it rushed into Zichen's spiritual sea, the giant tiger was still large. But it wasn't the largest being in Zi Chen's spiritual sea. There was another being that was even larger than it. This was a figure whose head reached the heavens and whose feet touched the earth. In his hands was a giant saber with a sheath. He stood in this world, overlooking everything as if he were the ruler of this world. Seeing this figure, the giant tiger was shocked. It was cautious and even a little afraid. However, in the end, it was still a spirit without intelligence. It only knew how to destroy. So, after roaring, it rushed towards the only life form in this world that was deliberately destroying everything. It was that figure. Zi Chen looked down at the giant tiger. In his eyes, the giant tiger was nothing more than a little bug. It was no longer as strong as it was before. As long as he wanted to, he could crush this little bug to death at any time. He didn't choose to crush it. Instead, he transferred the sheath in his left hand to his right. Then, his right hand exerted strength and slashed out with the sheath. This saber strike was a beheading saber strike. A golden saber light like a waterfall instantly filled the entire spiritual sea, and the whole world seemed to resonate with this saber strike. The giant tiger's speed was greatly reduced. In the end, it couldn't even move an inch. It was as if it was fixed in this world. However, the speed of the golden saber light didn't decrease. Instead, it was enhanced and became even faster. Swoosh! The saber light swept across the giant tiger's head, and a giant tiger's head was chopped off. As the tiger's head fell, the giant tiger's huge body also dissipated. This attack was easily neutralized by Zi Chen, just like that. So that's how it is. Through this attack, Zi Chen also had a deeper understanding of the privileges of the perfect spiritual thoughts. This was his spiritual sea, but it was also his own world. In this spiritual sea world where only spiritual thoughts could enter, he was the ruler. This was his home ground. Just like his other space world, he could completely customize the rules here. All spiritual thoughts that came from outside had to abide by his rules. The privilege of a beast tamer. Zi Chen's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. The battle spirit's spiritual thoughts were very strong, but if he dared to come to Zi Chen's world, Zi Chen was confident that he could kill him. It was just like when someone entered Zi Chen's reality space. As the ruler there, Zi Chen was confident that he could kill everyone he took in. Understanding the space within his sea of consciousness, Zi Chen's face also had a trace of a smile. The battle spirit naturally wouldn't dare to come in, so the following battle would still have to be carried out outside. When the giant tiger rushed into Zi Chen's spiritual sea, the surrounding people became even more worried. It was obvious that the giant tiger was much more terrifying than the previous exotic beasts. But unexpectedly this time, Zi Chen did not even have the slightest bit of abnormal expression or movement, and just opened his eyes like that. He no longer coughed up blood. His pale face even had a hint of redness. The giant tiger from before had disappeared, like a clay ox entering the sea. Or perhaps it had become Zi Chen's tonic. Seeing Zi Chen like this, the battle spirit's expression finally changed, and it was a huge change. Why? Are you surprised? Zi Chen smiled faintly. I am a little surprised. It seems like you've comprehended something. Why? Do you want to continue? The battle spirit suddenly calmed down. He knew that at this moment, he had to face this battle seriously. Otherwise, he would die an ugly death. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "No, I won't take another step." Why? You want to go back? I think I said I would kill all of you. The battle spirit looked at Zi Chen and said, "Of course I can't go back, because there will be others participating in the following battle." Zi Chen smiled mysteriously. Who? The battle spirit raised his eyebrows. Zi Chen pointed to the front and said, "Him." As his words fell, a resplendent golden light suddenly shone in front of Zi Chen. A figure walked out from the golden light. It was a figure surrounded by golden light. In his hand was a long golden blade with a scabbard. The blade and scabbard were both golden and dazzling. The figure's entire body flickered with golden light, as if he had been cast from gold. The instant the figure appeared, an uproar broke out in the distance. Even the battle spirit's expression changed. He said, "This is all of your spiritual sense. It is also your soul." That's right. The probing attack, just now, was meaningless. I think we should have a life and death battle to see whose spiritual sense is stronger. This time, the one who spoke was no longer Zichen, but the golden figure. The golden figure was only at the late stage of the corporeal realm. This represented the realm of Zichen's soul. Compared to the battle spirit, Zichen's soul realm was undoubtedly very weak. However, the battle spirit didn't mock him. Instead, he felt an enormous pressure. This kind of pressure was like a king of the forest suddenly meeting an emperor of the forest. It was like a soldier-level war beast suddenly meeting a general-level war beast. The battle spirit felt a pressure that came from the depths of his soul. In the distance, after the uproar, everyone held their breaths. The appearance of all of Zichen's spiritual sense meant that the two sides were about to begin the final battle of life and death. What surprised them was that the battle spirit didn't get angry in the face of Zichen's provocation. Instead, he had a solemn expression. "What, you don't dare!" The golden figure looked at the battle spirit in front of him and said, coldly. The battle spirit didn't speak. He only stared at Zichen. He was now completely certain that although the other party's spiritual sense was inferior to his, its grade was extremely high. Although the strength of one's realm was very important, sometimes quality was also the key to victory and defeat, just like the current him. Even if he faced a beast tamer one level higher than him, he would still be able to kill them. The battle spirit's attitude was very surprising. This proved that he was beginning to fear Zichen. For a moment, everyone's faces lit up. "It seems that you really aren't human. You're so afraid of death. You must have been a foreign race when you were alive." Zichen shook his head and said disdainfully, "At first, I didn't understand why the battle spirits here would be enemies with us human trial takers. Now that I see you, I understand." Zichen looked at the ugly expression on the battle spirit's face and said coldly, "The reason why I turned you into battle spirits is because we want to kill you all again until you're completely dead and have mutated spiritual senses. Since you don't dare to fight, then let me attack." A cold killing intent flashed through the golden figure's eyes. In the next moment, he rushed towards the battle spirit. Whoosh! Chapter 1402. The golden figure rushed into the battle spirit's sea of consciousness, and he saw the spirit soul. The opponent's control of soul power was far superior to Zichen's, so Zichen saw a giant. At this moment, the giant's body was surging with powerful soul fluctuations, and he looked down at Zichen coldly. "You dare to come here? You're courting death," the giant shouted coldly. Zichen looked at the giant's sea of consciousness, and he felt a familiar power from it. He then said indifferently, "You're really not of my race." This aura was very similar to the Mirage Dragon. At this moment, Zichen also guessed that the reason for the establishment of the domain realm, other than some opportunities, was to kill the battle spirits here. Of course, not all battle spirits had to be killed. Zichen had encountered two powerful battle spirits, but both of them had successfully awakened and were humans when they were alive. This battle was unavoidable. Therefore, as soon as Zichen appeared, the giant attacked mercilessly. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. Since this was a life and death battle, he naturally would not hold back. Decapitation. A golden blade light appeared in this world, emitting a dazzling light, and slashed at the giant. Boom! In front of the giant, energy vibrated, and a strange beast appeared out of thin air. The strange beast's power was even stronger than before. As soon as it appeared, its cold eyes fell on Zichen, and then it rushed toward Zichen. Roar! Behind the strange beast, a tiger's roar resounded, and a giant tiger appeared and rushed toward Zichen. Swoosh! The golden blade light tore the sky and the earth apart, and with unimaginable power it swept forward. Puff! The blade light cut through the strange beast's body, and with a soft sound, the strange beast disappeared into thin air with a flash of golden light in the sky. Then the blade light continued to rush forward and swept past the giant tiger again. The giant tiger was cut in half and dissipated. The blade light was still rushing forward, but it had lost all its power, and when it reached the battle spirit, it also dissipated. What kind of technique is this? When Battle Spirit saw this, his expression immediately changed. This is the technique I often use to cut people, Zichen said calmly. That's impossible. How can you ignore the restrictions of battle techniques? Zhan Ling's emotions fluctuated greatly. His face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that you are also a beast tamer whose soul has undergone a mutation? Zichen looked at Zhan Ling with a mocking expression. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out as a giant golden dragon rushed out from Zichen's body. After the giant dragon appeared, it headed straight for Zichen's back. Pooh! The golden dragon's sharp claws pierced through the void, and a huge snake appeared under its claws. The snake's head was pierced through, and after struggling for a while it disappeared. Roar! A resonant dragon's roar resounded once again as the giant golden dragon transformed into a long spear. The long spear was like a bolt of golden lightning as it shot out in all directions. Pooh! Pooh! The long spear pierced through the void, and a series of sounds rang out. Then, strange beasts appeared one after another. These strange beasts had their heads pierced through, and their bodies dissipated as soon as they appeared. Although you were a strange race when you were alive, in terms of battle awareness, I am not inferior to you. After the long spear swept around, it flew back to Zichen and disappeared. Zichen looked at Zhan Ling coldly and said, Zhan Ling's huge body shrank in the next moment until he was the size of a normal human. His face was gloomy as he said coldly, as expected, Your spiritual sense is extraordinary. It seems that you are a very special existence. It seems that I have underestimated you before. Zichen smiled coldly and did not respond. Zhan Ling continued, But so what? The difference between our spiritual senses is too great. Even if you are extraordinary, you cannot defeat me. Today is the day you die. I know that it is very difficult to kill you here, but don't forget, I still have this. I believe that you have suffered at its hands in your life, or rather, you were killed by it. Now that you and I have met, it has appeared again. I think this should be fate. You are destined to die because of it. Zichen pointed at the illusory scabbard in his hand. Looking at the scabbard again, Zhan Ling's expression became ferocious. He shouted angrily, You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the means. After saying this, he looked up to the sky and shouted, 10,000 beast technique. 10,000 beasts descend. The space began to tremble as the roars of beasts resounded. Then, strange beasts formed by spiritual senses appeared one after another. There were dozens of them, only a few dozen, and you dare to call yourself 10,000 beasts? Zichen smiled disdainfully as his gaze swept across the dozens of strange beasts. A few dozen of them are enough to kill you. The coldness in Zhan Ling's eyes intensified. In the next moment, he commanded the group of strange beasts to attack Zichen. Swish! Swish! The speed of the spiritual sense attacks was very fast. The outcome of the battle could be seen in an instant. The strange beasts charged at Zichen, surrounded Zichen, and then drowned Zichen. A smile appeared on Zhan Ling's face. However, before this smile could fully bloom on his face, he saw a dazzling golden light appear in front of him. Along with the golden light, there was the sound of a blade being unsheathed, which he hated the most. The golden blade in Zichen's hand finally left its scabbard. A dazzling golden light appeared in front of Zichen. Then, the golden light spread out and spread in all directions. At this moment, the golden light was like a perfect circle, sweeping out in a straight line. Wherever the golden light passed, the strange beasts dissipated. The golden light went far away, and there were no longer any strange beasts in front of Zichen. He sheathed his blade, and his indifferent eyes fell on Zhang Ling's face. The latter's face was extremely ugly. As for his eyes, there was a hint of fear towards the scabbard. Thud! A soft sound rang out in this space. It was like a footprint accidentally stepping into a puddle on a rainy day. Thud! Another sound rang out. It was like someone running on uneven ground on a rainy day. There were puddles being stepped on, splashing water droplets everywhere. This was the spiritual sensei. There was no rain, so naturally there was no rain. However, in this world, there was a young man jogging. He held a blade in his hand and walked through space. However, it was as if he was stepping on a puddle. In this place, there were no splashes of water, but there was a lot of spatial power vibrating. Zichen, who was holding the long blade in his hand, pulled it out and sheathed it. Then he jogged toward Zhanling. Just like the slippery ground on a rainy day, he didn't run fast, but he was very stable. Every time his foot landed, there would be a flash of golden light, and a splash of spatial power would be created. Zichen's eyes were cold as the wind on a rainy day. Zhanling felt the chill. He looked up to the sky and shouted again, "Beasts descend!" More strange beasts appeared, several times more than before. Although their individual strength couldn't be compared to before, they had the advantage in numbers. These strange beasts appeared in groups and then rushed towards Zichen. At this moment, a running young man and a group of strange beasts formed a picture. This picture didn't freeze. The strange beasts rushed towards the young man, and the young man pulled out his blade. Whoosh! There was a loud sound of the blade being unsheathed, and a golden light appeared. The golden light came from the long blade and swept past the strange beasts in front of him. The golden light disappeared. The long blade returned to the scabbard, and the strange beasts dissipated. The young man didn't stop and continued to move forward. Another strange beast arrived, and the golden light that had just disappeared flashed again. This was a moving picture. The young man moved forward. Along the way, he encountered strange beasts blocking his way and cut them down with his blade. Just like a young man in a game, he needed to kill all the things blocking his way in order to reach the final checkpoint and then kill the last one blocking his way. It was different from a game because Zichen wasn't a young man, but a young man. He didn't have the endless lifespan of a young man in a game. He only had one life. He had to pass this checkpoint, but he couldn't die. Swish! The golden light flashed countless times, and finally, all the strange beasts blocking his way were killed. At this time, Zichen also walked in front of Zhanling. Zhanling looked at the expressionless Zichen and asked, "You must have consumed a lot of energy." Zichen replied indifferently, "I can still make one more attack." Zhanling smiled and said, "It just so happens that I also have some simple methods." The corners of Zichen's mouth lifted slightly, and it could be considered a smile. But behind the smile was endless killing intent, because he drew his blade. Clang! The sound of a blade being unsheathed was crisp and resonant. All the golden light on Zichen's body flowed like water to the scabbard and then to the blade. The light on Zichen's body became extremely dim, but the blade was still dazzling and resplendent. At the moment Zichen drew his blade, the dazzling light in this world was no longer Zichen's dazzling golden light, but Zichen's blade. This saber opened up like a fan, splitting into 6, all of them slashing towards the nearby battle spirit. But at this time, Zhanling disappeared from Zichen's sight and was replaced by a sword that exuded endless killing intent. Zhanling turned his body into a sword and controlled it with endless killing intent. The sword stabbed towards Zichen. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. Thus, when the blade light appeared, the sword light also took shape. The blade and sword collided. Bang! The sword light swept past, and the first blade light collapsed. Bang! Bang! The sword light continued forward. The second and third blade light also collapsed. After dissolving the 3 blade lights, the sword light was no longer dazzling, but the killing intent within was still rich. Bang! The 4th blade light also exploded. There seemed to be a sneer coming from the sword light. Then the sword light continued forward, collapsing the 5th blade light. Then cracks appeared on the 6th blade light. "You aren't strong enough." Zhan Ling's voice resounded from the sword light. The 6th blade light collapsed. The sword light was like crushing dry weeds, cutting down all the blade lights. After collapsing the 6 blade lights, Zhan Ling's figure appeared. Although this figure was much dimmer than before, it was much clearer than Zichen's. In a collision of spiritual sense, the victor was Zhan Ling. This didn't mean that Zichen's spiritual sense wasn't fierce or powerful, but that Zichen's spiritual sense was too weak. In the end, Zichen had lost in terms of boundary. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Zhan Ling looked down at Zichen and asked. Chapter 1403. Zhan Ling's eyes narrowed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "I can't kill you." Zichen's weak and dim figure looked at Zhan Ling. He calmly said, "Of course." Zhan Ling was enraged. "What a joke. I didn't kill you because I think you're not bad. I want to control you and make you work for me. Don't forget who I am." Zichen faintly smiled, a mocking expression on his face. It was as if he was saying that Zhan Ling couldn't kill him. "Good, good, good. Since you're courting death, I'll let you see my true methods. However, I still won't kill you because I have a great use for you." Zhan Ling was so angry that he laughed instead. This time, Zichen didn't answer. He used facts to answer. A sword appeared in his hand. The sword was light gold, slender, and had some barbs on it. Seeing the strange sword, Zhan Ling disdainfully laughed. "That blade just now didn't kill me. You think you can kill me with this broken sword? Moreover, look at the color of the sword. It can't even form a physical body." Zichen still didn't speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he didn't have any strength left. Zhan Ling was too strong, unimaginably strong. Now, Zichen was afraid that if he spoke again, he wouldn't be able to form a physical body. He would directly dissipate and die. Zichen didn't speak. He even closed his eyes. Arrogant. Zhan Ling angrily shouted. His figure transformed into a sword once more. Although the power of this sword was weaker than before, it was enough to kill the current Zichen. The sword light came. Zichen didn't open his eyes. He only stabbed forward with the slender sword. Within the sword light, Zhan Ling saw this stab, and the mocking expression on his face became even thicker. Wanting to block him with just this little bit of strength? That was simply a dream. As expected, this stab didn't block the sword light. But the meaning of this stab wasn't to block, but to kill. With this stab, the void in front of him seemed to be pierced. A circular black hole appeared, and this black hole seemed to extend in another direction. This stab didn't bother with the long sword. It just went through the black hole near the long sword and stabbed in. With this stab, the sword not far away suddenly began to vibrate. Then a frightened voice sounded, "How is this possible?" After the roar, the sword light directly exploded in front of Zichen, and the figure of Zhan Ling appeared. At this moment, a slender sword was stabbed into Zhan Ling's chest. And this sword was the one that Zichen had just used. Of course, Zichen would never admit that it was a sword, because this was a spike called the dragon spike. His main body was an illusion dragon of the alien race. The battle spirit looked at his chest, at the gradually dissipating dragon spike. Then he looked up at Zichen in disbelief. An insignificant sword had actually pierced through his defense and pierced him. And at this moment, as the sword in his chest dissipated, Zhan Ling also felt his life fade away along with the sword. Zichen opened his eyes. There was exhaustion in his eyes, and he was weak. but he remained as calm as before. This is not a sword, it is a dragon spike. If you fully awaken your alien race identity, you might recognize this thing. This is the weapon of an alien race companion like you. Today is the first time I have used it, and it seems that the effects aren't bad. Zhan Ling's figure began to sway. It was unknown whether he was angry or if his soul was on the verge of dissipating. Zichen began to condense the last of his strength. He calmly said, I said before that your fate was already decided. So, you are destined to meet your end here. And the thing that will end you is this thing. As his voice fell, Zichen lifted the golden scabbard and slashed at Zhanling. This was only a casual slash without any skill to speak of. The strength contained within was so weak that it could be ignored. But this strength was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As the faint saber light touched Zhan Ling's body, the strength that Zhan Ling used to maintain his body was scattered. Then his body vanished like smoke. Countless years ago, it was this thing that had destroyed his life as an alien race. And after countless years, he was reborn as a Zhan Ling. But in the end, he died beneath that scabbard. Perhaps this really was fate. In the outside world, as everyone looked at the motionless two people, their faces were filled with nervousness. In a collision of spiritual sense, victory and defeat would soon be revealed. But it seemed that victory and defeat between Zichen and Zhanling had arrived a little late. Between the heavens and earth, that suppressive spiritual sense suppression still existed. No one rushed forwards. From the two people's expressions, no one could see anything unusual. As everyone was anxiously waiting, that suppressive pressure between the heavens and earth suddenly vanished. When that suppressive pressure vanished, it meant that victory and defeat had been decided. Everyone's expressions became even more tense. Their eyes locked onto the two people in front of them. The two people remained motionless. Why aren't they moving? Who's alive and who's dead? Neither of them had any signs of life, so the crowd couldn't determine who was alive and who was dead. Although everyone had lost their patience, they could only wait at this moment. Zichen, nothing will happen to him, right? Man sure looked ahead very worried. Beside him, no one answered because everyone wanted to know the answer. Everyone was very nervous. A strong gust of wind blew past, blowing up the fallen leaves in the forest. It flapped the two people's clothes, and it also moved Zhan Ling's figure. Pum! The strong wind blew past, and Zhan Ling's body fell, making a sound. Zhan Ling is dead. Just as everyone's surprised voices sounded, a golden light rushed out of his mind, heading toward Zichen. The golden light had an aura that everyone was very familiar with. For a moment, everyone who saw the golden light cheered loudly. Clearly, the winner was Zichen. As for Zhanling, he was dead. Phew! Wu Xie, Manshur, and the others were greatly relieved. Dongqing and Shangguanhong's faces also regained their smiles. The others were very happy that Zichen was alive, but in their hearts they were more and more afraid and admired Zichen. To be able to kill a beast tamer, one had to admit that Zichen's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, even the leaders of the various forces had to admit that Zichen's strength was far beyond theirs. Spiritual thoughts entered his body, and Zichen opened his eyes. He glanced at the people beside him, didn't say anything, and closed his eyes again. With just a glance, Shangguanhong and the others understood Zichen's intention. Although their expressions didn't change, they became cautious. They knew that although Zichen won, he probably didn't feel good. A huge ball of light appeared from Zhanling's dead body, and then it went toward Zichen. This ball of light was a lucky point. Just by looking at its size, one could tell that it contained a lot of lucky points. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Didn't he win? Why is Zichen not moving?" The others also noticed this scene, and they looked at Zichen again. Wu Xie and the others' expressions changed, and they subconsciously took a step forward, protecting Zichen in the middle. Many people's pupils shrank, and they instantly understood the meaning of Wu Xia and the other's actions. Although Zichen won, he was seriously injured. At this moment, if they wanted to get rid of Zichen, it was undoubtedly a good opportunity. For a moment, many people's expressions became unnatural, and it was obvious that some thoughts were active in their minds. And they couldn't help but look at Xue and Cheng and Xueming. After all, among the group, Xueming was the most powerful one. Xueming took in everyone's expressions. He smiled faintly and said, "Zi Chen should be injured, but the danger here has been eliminated. Let's hurry back and gather the others. We're going to pass through here, and we met a beast tamer as soon as we arrived. Who knows what will happen later?" After Xue Ming finished speaking, he smiled kindly at Wu Xia and the others, and then turned to leave. After Xue and Cheng's people left, the other leaders looked at each other, and then left one after another. Idiots. After turning around, Xue Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. What a bunch of pig brains. Didn't they think that after just a few steps, they're already thinking of killing the donkey? Xue Ming left, and the others followed closely behind. It seemed that because of Xue Ming's reminder, the others realized that they still needed to rely on Zichen for the rest of the journey, and they all dispelled other thoughts. The group quickly left. Although Wu Xia and the others were expressionless, there was a lot of resentment in their hearts. After all, Zichen was injured because of them. They didn't expect that after just winning, they would have other thoughts in their hearts. However, Zichen had obviously expected this, which was why he signaled to the others with his eyes. As expected, the only thing that can last forever in this world is profit. Other than profit, nothing else can be relied on. Jia Wei shook his head and lamented. This sentence was very much agreed with by the others. Zichen was only injured in his spiritual sense. After using a lot of high-grade recovery elixirs, Zichen's spiritual sense quickly recovered. When the cultivators from the other factions gathered here, Zichen's injuries were already 80% healed. Zichen opened his eyes and stopped circulating his cultivation method. As for the other 20% of his injuries, they were recovering as they walked. "How's your recovery?" Xue Ming stepped forward and asked with concern. 80%. Zichen answered truthfully. Xue Ming smiled and said, "Even if it's 80%, it's still better than us. Can we go deeper now?" "You're too polite. We can go now." Zichen smiled. He had a good impression of Xue Ming. After that, the group continued to move forward. This time, because there was no beast tamer, the other battle beasts tactfully avoided the humans when they saw so many of them. For the rest of the journey, there was not a single battle. As for the other battle spirits, no one noticed them. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. Although the forest was very big, one beast tamer was enough to guard it. There was no need for other battle spirits at all. After passing through the dense forest, the group saw a large stone forest. The stone forest was full of mountain rocks, filling the wilderness. As they looked around, they found that the tracks of the mountain rocks seemed to have some kind of rhythm when they were placed. This is a stone forest array. The moment they saw the mountain rocks in front of them, Gu Wen's voice sounded very certain beside Zichen. Chapter 1404. The stone forest formation was a formation, and each spell had its own specialization. Naturally, Zichen did not need to worry about it. He, Shang Guanhong, Dong Qing, and the others stood at the periphery. The other forces sent some formation masters to follow Gu Guwen and Gu Guqiang to investigate the stone forest formation. Xue Ming stepped forward and whispered to Zichen, "We haven't met any battle spirits yet. I think they should be at the center of the stone forest." Zichen looked ahead and said, "We need to be careful when the time comes." Xue Ming nodded. Among the team, Zichen and the others were publicly acknowledged as powerful. However, in the dense forest earlier, the powerful Manshur had almost died, and even Zichen had suffered heavy injuries. With the lessons learned from the past, they could not be careless in this world. Ming did not mention the strange thoughts in everyone's minds, and Zichen did not care too much about it. In this world, the foundation of communication between cultivators was based on benefits. This was a principle that he had understood after being ambushed by Zhao Ken when he was young. It was precisely this sentence that Zhao Ken had told Zichen at that time, and it had been used to this day in countless places. The formation masters in front were communicating, and their voices were getting louder and louder. After a while, Guguin walked over and said, "This doesn't look like a formation set up by battle spirits. It looks like a natural formation. Is it easy to break?" Zichen asked. Guguin shook his head and said, "This formation is very complicated. It's very difficult to break it, and it takes too long. If we just walk through it, it'll be much faster. 2 days at most. We'll be able to find the way through in 2 days." Guguin extended 2 fingers and promised. Zichen nodded and said, "In that case, we just need to find the way through. There's no need to break the formation." Guguin responded and left. After that, the formation masters tried to enter the stone forest. As for the main force, they waited patiently outside the stone forest. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The formation masters had gained a lot. Just as Guguin had said, they had found the way to pass through. Zichen was discussing something with Shang Guanhong in a low voice. Suddenly, Go Wen's anxious shout came from the direction of the stone forest. "Big brother Zichen, we found the exit, but we were ambushed. There were battle spirits guarding the exit, and we suffered great losses." As Go Wen ran out of the array, Go Chang appeared with the others. These people seemed to be in a sorry state, and a few of them were seriously injured. Array masters were very strong, but the prerequisite was that they had the array in hand. If the other party suddenly launched a sneak attack, the array master would definitely be caught off guard. Just as these array masters rushed out, some fighting spirits followed them. The strength of these fighting spirits were all above grade 3, indicating that they were all at the first domain realm. There were more than a dozen battle spirits. The moment they appeared, they saw the hundreds of humans outside the stone forest. Their expressions immediately changed as they turned around and ran towards the stone forest, since they were able to pass through the stone forest unimpeded. It was clear that they had already grasped the method to pass through. "It's them. They're the ones who killed our people. Kill them!" shouted an injured array master as he pointed at the fleeing battle spirits. The array master's voice was very loud, but no one moved. If they didn't know the method to pass through, only death would await them if they entered rashly. Perhaps they weren't afraid of death, but no one was willing to die for no reason. "What should we do?" A leader walked over and asked Zichen and Ming. Ming looked at Zichen and gestured for him to be careful. "We should go in and take a look," Zichen said faintly. The leader's face immediately lit up, but shortly after, a cold snort sounded beside Zichen. Just now it was Zichen who attacked. He represents the forces of Huping City. This time it's your turn to attack. The person who spoke was Shang Guanhong. Her beautiful face was clearly filled with dissatisfaction. Zichen could ignore what had just happened, but she couldn't. She couldn't watch Zichen fight for others while she turned around to guard against other people's sneak attacks. That's right. We have limited numbers and strength, so we can't do everything ourselves. Dong Qing also walked over. The leader was in a difficult position. If Zichen didn't go, who knew how many of them would die? Zichen didn't say anything, but he didn't expect Zichen's subordinates to be the first to be dissatisfied. The leader looked at Zichen. Zichen helplessly spread out his hands and said, "I haven't recovered from my injuries, so I can't fight anymore." The leader squeezed out a smile and said, "All right then. Healing is the most important thing. Leave the rest to us. I'll also go and discuss it." Ming smiled at Zichen, then nodded to the 2 beauties and left with the leader. We won't go." Shang Guanhong pursed her lips and snorted, then sat down beside Zichen. Seeing Zichen's bitter smile, she said unhappily. What? I'm speaking up for you and you're unhappy? Zichen smiled and said, Of course not. I just feel that it's meaningless. How is it meaningless? Just now, they wanted to scheme against you. If we didn't protect you, you would have died long ago. Now you're saying that it's meaningless? Could it be that it's only meaningful when you're dead? Shang Guanhong said angrily. Just now, they only had this idea. They might not really do it. Moreover, since they didn't do it just now, as long as we don't leave this place, they won't be disloyal. Now that you're treating them like this, not only will they lose face, but they will also hold a grudge. Zichen sat cross-legged and reached out to pull off a piece of withered grass. You kill people like flies. When have you ever cared about the face of others? Or are you afraid of them? Shang Guanhong said angrily. It's impossible for me to be afraid. But I don't want to cause more trouble. They can't do anything to us here. But if we leave, that slight grudge may trigger a real battle. Don't be fooled by how polite they are to us now. Our birth is too low, and they are all proud and arrogant. Obviously, there are other experts in their cities, Zichen said calmly. Shang Guanhong didn't say anything else. Indeed, this world was too big, and there were many experts. Zichen was strong, but he wasn't invincible. Then I'm sorry. I was meddlesome. Shang Guanhong lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. Shang Guanhong was born in Huping City. Her father was a domain expert, and she also had many properties of the Shangguan family. Therefore, she only needed to improve her strength as she grew up. She didn't need to work hard for a living. So naturally, she wouldn't be treated unfairly. This time, seeing that Zichen didn't get any benefits after putting in so much effort, she felt indignant for Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, You don't have to apologize. Actually, what you did was right. It's also good to give them appropriate guidance. This way, they can face themselves and others. Shang Guanhong naturally understood that he was comforting her, and she looked at Zichen gratefully. On the side, Shi Guowei heard everything. He was even more impressed with Zichen's intelligence and handling of matters. He was powerful and knew how to endure. Shi Guowei was now silently praying for the other forces that they wouldn't betray them. Otherwise, the final outcome would be the same as the three forces that had disappeared. After a short exchange of words, the other forces had already made all the arrangements. Then the array master led the way, and the group of people headed towards the stone forest array. Big Brother Zichen, this is the route map. Go and walked over and sent an imprint to Zichen. Then he did the same to everyone else. As soon as the group of people entered the stone forest array, they could feel the energy fluctuations of a battle, followed by miserable cries and shouts. It was the battle spirits that had surrounded the humans in the array. An intense battle broke out in the stone forest array, and there were casualties on both sides. Damn it, these battle spirits are really bold. They actually dare to surround us in the stone forest array. Don't they see how many people we have? A domain realm expert said coldly. So what if they have more people? We can't gang up on them in the stone forest array. What we really need is someone with strong fighting power, not numbers. If they don't have enough fighting power, the more people we send, the more people we will lose. Another domain realm expert said. There were many discussions within the crowd. However, while they were discussing, everyone's eyes also subconsciously looked towards the direction of Huping City. This was because the fighting strength of the few people there was extremely strong. Unfortunately, no one accepted the challenge. However, there were also some people with strong fighting power among the forces. As these people were sent out, the battle spirits began to retreat. After 2 hours, the human forces completely broke through the stone forest array and killed many battle spirits. Of course, the human side also suffered a lot. This battle was relatively fierce because, in the end, even Xueming, the leader of Xuan City, joined in. It's through, it's finally through. We can pass through. Cheers came from the stone forest array. The people who survived this battle had gained a lot of luck points, so they had gained a lot. When the others heard the commotion, they also got up and walked towards the stone forest. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not. But before they left, they all glanced in the direction of Zichen with inexplicable expressions, as if to say, "Look, we can do it without you." Wu Xie and Man Sure also stared at those people. Only Zichen smiled faintly, as if he didn't care. Those who were shrewd didn't care at all, and those who weren't shrewd stopped there. As for fighting power, Zichen was not afraid of anyone here. Not good. Lord Xueming is injured. Shui and City's Lord Xueming is injured, and we encountered a counterattack. An expert has appeared among the battle spirits. An expert who is not weaker than the previous beast tamer. Exclamations came again, and then there was a commotion in the crowd. Then, a group of cultivators rushed out of the stone forest array. The leader was Xueming from Shui and City. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was coughing up blood after he appeared. He was also missing an arm. How did he get so badly injured? Seeing Xueming's injuries, Zichen was very surprised. Although he had never fought with Xueming, he could feel that Xueming was not weak. Chapter 1405. Zichen patted Xueming's shoulder and said, "Heal your wounds first." Xueming nodded and sat down cross-legged, not far from Zichen. Someone beside him had already taken out a pill that emitted a colorful halo and indicated for Xueming to quickly consume it. That ruthless person could come at any time. Only in front of Zichen was the safest. Xueming began to heal his wounds, while Zichen's gaze was fixed on the stone forest array ahead. Following the defeat of Shui and City's leader, Xueming, the cultivators who had just rushed and also ran out of the stone forest array, each of their faces filled with panic. After these people ran out, their gazes also turned toward Zichen. When they saw Zichen, the panic on their faces eased a little, and then they all ran towards Zichen. Among them, there was no lack of those who originally had a strange expression, but at this moment there was no trace of complacency on their faces. He's coming out. Hurry up and leave, he's coming. Voices filled with panic continuously rang out from the stone forest array. One person was able to force a group of people to retreat. From this, it could be seen how strong this person was. At this moment, the expressions of Wu Xie and the others also became extremely solemn. All the human cultivators retreated, including the leaders. The others retreated far away, while the leaders gathered around Zichen, their faces filled with fear. Soon, Zichen became the center of attention. Shangguan Hong's gaze swept over the leaders, and she snorted in dissatisfaction. The eyes of the others were also fixed on the stone forest array, as if they were facing a great enemy. The sound of footsteps rang out from the stone forest array. Each sound was like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of the people, causing them to feel suffocated and unable to breathe. The pressure also increased greatly. Zichen's pupils also shrank. Before he even saw the person, his mind was already in a tense state. Outside the stone forest array, a person appeared. This was a battle spirit wearing a black robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his indifferent eyes fell on Zichen after he appeared. Zhanling stared at Zichen, his expression cold. On the other hand, Zichen felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. His body slightly trembled, and his heart beat even faster. Waves of golden energy passed through his blood and spread throughout his body, and rays of light came from Zichen's body. This was his body's automatic defensive posture when it sensed danger. It was completely out of Zichen's control. Even though he had displayed the one-star Thunder King physique, Zichen still felt a sense of crisis in his heart. It was very likely that the other party was even stronger than the beast tamer. Naturally, Zichen did not dare to hold back. With a flash of light, the black saber appeared in his hand. With the black saber in hand, Zichen felt a sense of security. He looked up at the black-robed battle spirit, no longer speaking. At that moment, Zichen realized that this black-robed battle spirit was the leader of the group of battle spirits he saw in the outside world. However, it was obvious that this battle spirit was much stronger than before. The black-robed battle spirit looked at Zi Chen with an indifferent expression. But when he saw the pitch-black scabbard in Zi Chen's hand, there was a subtle change in his expression. There were clearly several hundred people here, but no one spoke. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The surrounding atmosphere was too oppressive. The others felt a great pressure, and many of them were drenched in a cold sweat. First they encountered the beast tamer. Then they encountered this black-robed battle spirit. Both of these people were inconceivably powerful. Out of the group, only Zi Chen had the strength to contend with them. At this time, everyone could only hope that Zi Chen would be able to destroy the enemy. The silence was first broken by the battle spirit. He looked at Zi Chen and indifferently said, "It was you who killed Control One." Zi Chen didn't know who Control One was. He could only say, "I just killed a beast tamer. I don't know if it was the Control One you speak of. What? Are you here to avenge him?" A trace of disdain flashed in the black-robed battle spirit's indifferent eyes. "What does his life or death have to do with me? I encountered some difficulties earlier, so I came here specifically to find him. Since you killed him, then come with me." Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as the battle spirit finished speaking, a brilliance flashed beside Zi Chen. Except for Gu Wei, the other people from Huping City appeared in front of Zi Chen in the next moment. They stared at the black-robed battle spirit with hostility. "If you want to take Zi Chen away, you'll have to kill us first." Man sure bellowed. His body transformed in an instant. He was like a steel giant. His entire body was filled with a powerful force. "Humph!" Wu Xia coldly snorted. His body was also surrounded by a black light. This black light transformed into a battle armor. The battle armor surged with a suffocating aura. Shan Guanhong and Dong Qing were also ready to attack. Even Go Win and Go Chang were staring at the black-robed battle spirit fiercely. Around them, although the others didn't say anything, after seeing their actions, their expressions changed. Facing this powerful black-robed battle spirit, even their own leaders were afraid and retreated. However, not only were Zi Chen's friends not afraid, they even charged forward. No wonder Zi Chen was so determined to avenge them. It turned out that these people were also sentimental people. The black-robed battle spirit looked at them, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a faint smile. "Interesting. However, you're all too weak now. You can't stop me at all." His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Zi Chen. He said, "You won't send them to their deaths, right?" Zi Chen stepped forward and separated them. He walked in front of them again and said, "You only need me." The black-robed battle spirits, in different gaze, swept over them. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Obviously, he was saying that the others were not qualified and were useless. Shang Guanhong and the others looked at Zi Chen nervously. Zi Chen nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Their expressions changed, but they didn't stop him. They knew that once Zi Chen decided on something, it was difficult to stop him. The black-robed battle spirit smiled and said, "As an expert, you should have the dignity and bearing of an expert. You are very good." After saying that, the black-robed battle spirit turned and left. "Zi Chen, are you really going?" Xueming opened his eyes and looked at Zi Chen worriedly. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Zi Chen smiled faintly and walked forward. Stepping into the stone forest array, Zi Chen followed the correct path that was transmitted to him by the wolf wine. Soon his eyes brightened. He had passed through the stone forest array. On the other side of the stone forest array, the black-robed battle spirit was standing with his back to Zi Chen. After hearing the sound of footsteps, he turned around and saw Zi Chen. There was a trace of appreciation in his eyes. "Aren't you afraid that this is a trap?" The black-robed battle spirit walked forward, his voice sounding out at the same time. Zi Chen followed closely behind. He couldn't help but feel a bit of boldness in his heart. "Even if it is a trap, so what? Indeed, even if it is a trap, I can break it with a single saber strike. Ha ha ha. The black-robed battle spirit suddenly laughed, but there was a trace of reminiscence and melancholy in his laughter. Zi-Chun followed behind the black-robed battle spirit, not continuing to speak. A moment later, the black-robed battle spirit's mood gradually returned to normal. He looked back at Zi-Chun and said, "Don't worry, this is not a trap, but a stroke of good fortune." Good fortune. Zi-Chun was startled. Have you heard of the Spirit Linking Domain Core? What is the Spirit Linking Domain Core? Zi-Chun had a puzzled expression. The black-robed battle spirit's attitude was much more relaxed than before. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you don't know anything. The place we are currently standing in is called Tongyu Tower. The tower is divided into 9 floors. It is said that there is a passage at the top that leads to the Nether Palace. And during the process of climbing to the top, if we are lucky enough, we will obtain 2 things. One is the Spirit Linking Domain Core, and the other is the Perfect Domain Seed. The Spirit Linking Domain Core, as the name suggests, cleanses the heart and spirit, causing a transformation to occur in the body, mind, and soul. But as far as I know, besides cleansing the heart and spirit, the Spirit Linking Domain Core's greater use is to change a domain world. It can cause a domain world to become filled with vitality, as if it were a true world. As for the Perfect Domain Seed, that is something even more peculiar. But the prerequisite is that you must have the Spirit Linking Domain Core. This is because the Perfect Domain Seed requires the help of the Spirit Linking Domain Core in order to grow. The meaning of its existence is even simpler, and that is to create a truly perfect domain world. Zi-Chen's mind stirred as he heard this. It was clear that after obtaining these 2 things, his strength would become even greater. After all, he had many perfect series items on him, and he knew just how strong they were. However, since even the battle spirit cared so much about them, these 2 things shouldn't have such a minor use. Then Zi-Chen asked, "If I obtain these 2 things, are there any other uses for them?" The black-robed battle spirit glanced at Zi-Chen and said, "If you can obtain these 2 things, then your perfect domain seed can guarantee that you won't have any bottlenecks when you step into the domain realm. You can directly expand your domain world into a perfect world. At that time, you will have the qualifications to fight for the position of Mansion Master. You should know that in order to become a Mansion Master, one must at least be at the World Monarch realm. This is also known as the World Boundary." Zi-Chen's face was filled with shock. He never thought that these 2 things would have such an inconceivable use. The domain realm was divided into 9 levels, and the difference in combat strength between each level was enormous. And the 9 levels of the domain realm represented ascending to the heavens. Once one crossed over, they would undergo another transformation and become a peak existence within their mansion. Every mansion had 108 cities, and in each city there were many domains. However, the overall strength of these domains was around the 3rd to 5th heavenly layer, and it was very difficult for them to break through after that. Not to mention others. Even the city lord of Huping City, Mufeng, was only at the 5th heavenly layer domain realm, and he had been stuck in this realm for at least 100,000 years. Shangguanhong's father was only at the 3rd domain realm. If there were no other opportunities, it would be impossible for them to break through their realms. After this comparison, the effects of these 2 things could be said to be heaven-defying. However, at this moment, Zi-Chen wasn't clear about what was happening in Huping City. If he saw it with his own eyes, he would definitely be shocked. Chapter 1406. There's an even greater use. Zi-Chen was startled. Of course, but this effect isn't obvious to humans. It's mainly targeted at special existences with powerful constitutions. The black-robed battle spirit nodded, then looked at Zi-Chen and asked, "Do you know about sovereigns?" Sovereigns. Zi-Chen was startled, then said, "Are you talking about sovereigns? I've seen them before." This time, It was the battle spirit's turn to be shocked. He asked with surprise, "You've seen sovereigns?" "I've seen two, but they've been sealed for many years. In the end, they were killed." Chin played it down. The black-robed battle spirit nodded. "You're talking about sovereigns. Now, I'm going to tell you about an extremely powerful high-level life form. They have another name, and it's called sovereign beasts. Have you heard of them?" Chin nodded again. "I know this. I also know one. He's the Longhu sovereign. I call him Longhu." The black-robed battle spirit was stunned. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that the black-robed battle spirit didn't say anything, Chin thought he wanted to hear about Longhu. So he told him how Longhu had appeared and what methods he had. After hearing Chen's words, the black-robed battle spirit felt a bit dazed. What was this? A mere spirit origin realm cultivator was actually able to encounter an incomparably powerful sovereign beast. How heaven-defying was his luck? "Where are you from?" Hearing Chen's wonderful story, the black-robed battle spirit sensed something was wrong. So he asked, "The Martial Heaven continent. I don't know if Senior has heard of it," replied Chen. The battle spirit waved his hand. "The difference in strength between us isn't that great. It's not appropriate to call me Senior. I was wondering when an existence like you appeared in the human world. I didn't expect you to come from the Martial Heaven continent. That's not appropriate. When Senior was alive." The battle spirit looked at Chen and smiled. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Life is life. Now, I'm a fused battle spirit and have nothing to do with life. My name is Hammer. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Hammer." "All right, then, Big Brother Heavy Hammer. My name is Chin. I'm currently a citizen of Huping City." Chin nodded. After such an introduction, the relationship between the two parties was obviously much closer. Hammer laughed at himself and said, "I was going to brag about the greatest effect of the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed. I didn't expect you to surprise me. You've actually seen a supreme beast. In this world, there are many high-level life forms. However, the most common of these high-level life forms will reach the Emperor realm when they reach adulthood. This Emperor realm is what we call the boundary realm." Chin nodded after hearing this. This was the advantage of higher life forms. For them, there was no such thing as a bottleneck before they reached the higher realm. Compared to humans, their bloodline was much more powerful. However, Chin also knew that although the bloodline of high-level life forms was powerful, once they reached the limit, it would be very difficult for them to break through again. At that time, it would be the biggest bottleneck in their life. High-level life forms are also known as beast emperors. Every one of them is an existence comparable to a human mansion lord. Their combat strength is unimaginable. However, among the extremely rare high-level life forms, they're considered the most ordinary. There are some more special existences called supremes. The bloodline of these existences is even more powerful than beast emperors. This is because once they reach adulthood, they'll be promoted to supremes. These existences are famous even in the continent. Chen was speechless when he heard this. Clearly, what Hammer meant was that a beast emperor was capable of dominating a prefecture, while a supreme being was capable of dominating a continent. As for Longhu, he was a supreme's beast. Once he grew up, the entire continent would tremble. Thinking about Longhu, Chen was a little dazed. At this moment, he finally understood the benefits of having a powerful bloodline. For example, he had gone through fire and water to try his luck again and again to achieve his current strength. However, what about high-level life forms? Perhaps they could become a top expert in the continent just by sleeping and taking a walk. This was the difference between them. Hammer continued, "The greatest use of the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed is to increase the potential of an ordinary beast emperor to that of a supreme. Although there is a certain probability of that happening, it does not stop all higher life forms from going crazy over it." Chen was even more shocked when he heard this. Although Hammer didn't say that it would be more beneficial for humans if it was so effective for high-level life forms, humans would be able to reach the boundary realm, which was the peak of Beast Emperor. Brother Hammer, the fortune you mentioned, could it be that we might be able to get the psychic domain core? After knowing the effects, Zichen asked excitedly, "How is that possible?" Hammer shook his head and smiled. The value of the psychic domain core is immeasurable, and it's extremely rare. How could we possibly have it on this level? The fortune I mentioned is that there's a chance to obtain the psychic domain core. Although he was a little disappointed, it was good to have a chance. Zichen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Brother Hammer, the reason why you're telling me so much isn't just because we're both humans, right?" "Oh, it seems that you also know that there's a difference between battle spirits. If that's not the reason, what else could it be?" Hammer looked at Zichen with interest. Zichen raised the scabbard in his hand and said, "The bigger reason should be this." Zichen's senses were very sharp. The moment he took out the scabbard, he sensed the change in Hammer's eyes. Hammer smiled and didn't deny it. He said, "It's related because I know the owner of this scabbard. Can you tell me where you found this scabbard?" Hammer looked at the scabbard in Zichen's hand, and his face was filled with reminiscence. In a unique space, back then, the scabbard was full of rust. However, I guess what Brother Hammer really wants to know is the owner of the scabbard. Hammer's gaze turned sharp. He stared at Zichen and asked, "You met the owner of the scabbard. How is he?" Hammer's gaze made Zichen feel a little uncomfortable. He could see that Hammer was really worried. He stopped joking and said he left. "Left? Did you kill him?" Hammer asked. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, he left by himself. I think he went deeper." When Zhong Chue heard this, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Sai, look at my level of comprehension. Since you have obtained this scabbard and are holding it in your hand, you have naturally obtained his drawing skill. If you did not obtain his consent, how would you be able to understand the drawing skill? Even I am about to fully awaken, let alone someone as talented as him." Hammer's emotions fluctuated greatly. His words were filled with excitement. There was no time to explain what had happened between the two of them. Zichen and Hammer arrived at their destination. Along the way, the number of battle spirits they encountered increased by a lot. When these battle spirits saw Zichen, a human, a strange expression appeared on their faces. There are 3 types of battle spirits. After awakening, there are 3 types of battle spirits. One is the battle spirit of an alien race, just like controlling 10,000. When they were alive, they were all aliens, and after they turned into battle spirits, they are controlled by the soul of an alien race. When you see them, you must be careful. The second type is the mutated battle spirit. Most of them are transformed from special life forms that died. When they were alive, they were allies with humans, but after they turned into battle spirits, they became neutral existences. When you see them, you must be vigilant and on guard against them. The last type is the human battle spirit, just like me. As they moved forward, Hammer explained to Zichen in a low voice, "Of course, if you encounter a battle spirit that has not awakened, they are all enemies." The division of battle spirits was very complicated. Hammer did not explain them one by one. Soon, they arrived at the place where many battle spirits were gathered. In front of the group of battle spirits, there were 3 battle spirits that exuded unique auras. One of them had a single horn on his forehead and silver scales all over his body. He had a cold expression. When Zichen saw this person, he guessed that he should be the mutated battle spirit. Sure enough, Hammer transmitted, he is a mutated battle spirit. He no longer has his original form. His awakening is not complete. He has many kinds of souls. He is called Soul Snatcher. His spiritual sense is very strong, and his attacks are not weak. Back then, he fought Tamewan, but Tamewan lost. Therefore, the 2 of them are evenly matched. When Zichen heard the transmission, his heart skipped a beat. Tamewan was the beast tamer. Zichen knew very well how difficult it was to deal with the other party. Now that he saw an existence who had lost to Taimwan, he was naturally surprised. However, he also buried this surprise deep in his heart. The second battle spirit was very flirtatious. He wore a battle armor made from the feathers of an unknown battle beast. Although he was dressed up beautifully, Zichen could clearly see that he was a man. He is a battle spirit of a foreign race. His name is Hanxia. Although his personality is split when he awakened, his battle strength is very strong. Hammer transmitted again. The last battle spirit was relatively short. However, he held a giant axe in his hand. The surface of the giant axe was flashing with a halo. The surrounding space was trembling slightly. He had not used his power, but it was already so powerful. One could see how extraordinary the giant axe was. He is called Giant Axe. He is also from a foreign race. Although he is short like a dwarf, his battle strength is not weaker than others. While Zichen was sizing up the three battle spirits, the three of them also sensed his gaze and looked over. When they saw Zichen standing beside Chong Chue, the three of them were slightly startled. Giant Axe, who was standing on a big rock, jumped up. He looked over and said unhappily, Hammer, "Didn't I ask you to find Taimwan? Why did you find a human? Taimwan?" The other two stared at Zichen with unfriendly eyes. "Taimwan is dead. He was killed by him. Therefore, I could only bring him here." Hammer glanced at Giant Axe and said indifferently. Chapter 1407. Zhong Chue looked at Giant Axe in front of him with an indifferent expression. "Quan Wan is dead. What's there to explain? Don't tell me you want to avenge Quan Wan?" The short Giant Axe pointed his thick finger at Zichen beside Zhong Chue and said loudly, "You said he killed Quan Wan. Do you think I'll believe you? Quan Wan's strength isn't something a mere human can kill. Quan Wan is a beast tamer. Only those higher life forms can kill him. How can a mere human kill him? Zhong Chue, we all know what you're thinking. But you should know what we're going to do next." The gorgeously dressed man looked at Zhong Chue and said, ignoring Zichen. Although the mutated battle spirit evil soul didn't say anything, its face was filled with dissatisfaction. After listening to their conversation, Zichen could tell that they didn't get along. As for being able to stand here and gather together, it was all because of what Zhong Chue said. Zhong Chue didn't continue to explain for Zichen. Zichen understood that it was time to prove himself. He held the scabbard in his left hand and took a step forward. With his right hand on the scabbard, he said indifferently, "Whoever wants to avenge Quan Wan, come at me." What a big tone. Hearing Zichen's provocative words, Giant Axe was furious. He grabbed the handle of the huge axe and was about to step forward. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the long blade in Zichen's hand as his pupils immediately shrunk. His original anger had actually disappeared by 70% at this moment. Han Xie and Duo Han noticed the change in Giant Axe and looked at Zichen. Then, they saw the black scabbard in Zichen's hand. Although the three of them hadn't fully awakened, the memories in the deepest part of their souls allowed them to recognize this item at a glance. It's Ba Dao's scabbard. Zhong Chue, you're really good at scheming. After seeing the scabbard, the three of them shifted their gazes back to Zhong Chue. Their eyes became extremely cold. Zichen was shocked. He didn't expect the scabbard to have such a great origin. It recognized almost all the awakened battle spirits he encountered. In fact, Zichen did not know how many creatures this scabbard had killed in that great battle. When the saber drawing technique was used, almost no one could compete with it. At that time, amongst the cultivators that fought the Xeno race, there were 3 commanders with the greatest reputation, and Ba Dao was one of them. Hammer smiled faintly and said, "He is qualified, right?" "Humph." Giant Axe snorted coldly and said no more. Duo Han and Han Xie had no more objections. Clearly, Zichen was qualified. The 3 of them did not have any objections. However, they did not like Zichen either. Hence, Hammer was the only one who could explain what they were going to do next. "We found a barrier. This barrier is very strange. It can sense the number of people attacking it and increase its defense. We tried many times, but we couldn't open it. The more people there are, the more impossible it is. After many tests, we came to the conclusion that only when 5 people work together can we have the highest chance of breaking the barrier. Zichen nodded and asked, "Is there a passage behind the barrier?" "It should be," Hammer said. "Human, we originally wanted to find Controller One because we believed that he could break it. If you can't, I will definitely kill you," Giant Axe said coldly. Faced with Giant Axe's threat, Zichen sneered and replied, "The saber in my hand has long been thirsty." "Humph, arrogant." Giant Axe snorted again. "All right, let's go. This area is almost deserted. Do you still want to stay here?" Hammer's voice was much colder. The other 3 did not say anything. Zichen could see that they were afraid of Hammer. After walking for about 5 miles, Zichen saw a high platform. There were 5 huge light pillars on the high platform. Runes were engraved on the surface of the light pillars, emitting brilliant light. The moment he saw the high platform, Zichen's face was filled with surprise. Earlier, he had been paying attention to his surroundings. During that time, he did not notice anything. Additionally, he did not get the feeling that he had stepped into another space. The way the power of space operates here is somewhat unique. You cannot sense it from the outside. Seeing the change in Zichen's expression, Hammer explained in a hushed tone. The barrier that Hammer mentioned was located outside the high platform. Only by breaking the barrier could they enter the high platform. There was a high chance that the passage would lead them to the high platform. The barrier was like a huge transparent bubble. It was upside down, enveloping the entire high platform. The transparent bubble did not appear conspicuous. However, it had stopped the army of war spirits. The other 4 moved in 4 different directions. Zichen found that they were standing at the central point of the 2 light pillars on the high platform. It just so happened that one of the central points was missing. Thus, Zichen walked over. "I'll go first." Giant Axe shouted, and the huge axe in his hand trembled slightly. A violent aura radiated out from the axe. The axe, which was already huge in the first place, instantly grew several times larger. Like a divine axe that could split the heavens, it brought with it an unimaginable power as it hacked down on the barrier before them. Boom! The violent energy vibrated, and a huge crater was instantly created on the barrier. Following that, the barrier began to distort violently at the place where the huge axe had struck. After that attack, the huge axe did not retract. The violent energy was still gushing out. At the place where it had struck the barrier, endless light sputtered out. The light reflected Giant Axe's malevolent face. "I'll go." The second to attack was Duohun. A long spear appeared out of thin air in front of him. The long spear was surging with soul power as vast as the sea. He used his spiritual thoughts to control the long spear, and it pierced through the barrier in front of him. At the place where the long spear had struck, the barrier began to sink. Waves of soul power were like spirit snakes. With the point of attack as the center, they spread out in all directions. In another direction, Zichen noticed that the horn on Duohun's forehead had disappeared. He suspected that the long spear was the manifestation of the horn. Clearly, the horn was a powerful soul remembrance weapon. It was specialized against the soul. It was no wonder that Duohun was able to win against Controlled One. It was probably the credit of the soul tool. Just as Zichen was observing Duohun's attack, Hanxia also launched an attack. In his hand was the evil crescent moon blade. Its power was also extraordinary. As the attack landed on the barrier, the evil crescent moon blade continued to rotate. Waves of vast and terrifying energy continuously surged into the barrier. The attack power of the 3 was very strong. Under one attack, the barrier collapsed. Moreover, the attack power continued to pour in, increasing the degree of collapse of the barrier. The rebound power is very strong. I can't hold on for much longer. Giant Axe shouted. In reality, his shout was meaningless. Before he could even finish, the world suddenly darkened. Following that, a huge black hammer appeared in the void. On top of the black hammer, there was an endless amount of black light. This black light was like a dark, demonic aura. It carried a spirit as it descended from the sky. Heavy Hammer's originally large body grew even taller, while the power within his body surged violently. Holding the giant hammer in his hand, he stomped his right foot forward, causing the ground to violently tremble. Following which, Heavy Hammer roared out before the black hammer instantly smashed downwards. Boom! The black hammer smashed down, causing the void to tremble. This blow landed heavily on the barrier, causing it to collapse. Following that, a crazy and powerful energy passed through the barrier and rushed towards Zichen. In front of Zichen, where he was supposed to attack, there was an additional energy that belonged to Heavy Hammer. This energy was wreaking havoc on the barrier. Zichen knew that this was Hammer's way of helping him. Thus, he looked at Hammer gratefully. When the other three saw this, they looked at each other and sneered. Heavy Hammer's action indirectly proved that the human was not strong. They did not have to worry about the human anymore. Attack! As the attacks of the four landed, Hammer bellowed out. In everyone's imagination, Zichen would definitely draw his blade. However, they were disappointed. Zichen did not draw his blade. He only clenched his fist. On the faces of the three, including Heavy Hammer, there was a strange look. This is not a joke. Use your strongest attack. Duo Hun shouted coldly. If you ruin this, I will definitely kill you. Giant Axe threatened. Human, I will give you time to draw your blade. Han Xie's voice was incomparably cold. Even his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Heavy Hammer frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. Since he had found Zichen, he would naturally choose to believe him. The moment he clenched his fist, a thunderous sound came from Zichen's body. The thunderous sound was very loud. Other than that, everyone could also hear the sound of hammering. That was Zichen's heart beating vigorously. A powerful thunder force was transmitted to every part of his body. A violent and domineering force was instantly emitted from Zichen's body. At this moment, there seemed to be two thunder dragons in Zichen's eyes. His eyes were cold and emotionless. On Zichen's chest, a dazzling silver light appeared. This light was like a bright Xingqin. The violent Zichen gave off a dangerous feeling. Moreover, his aura had obviously reached the first domain realm at this moment. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. None of them expected Zichen to have such a move. In the next moment, Zichen's fist shone with a dazzling light. This was the result of a powerful force gathering. It was like another Xingqin. Just like that, he threw out a punch. Boom! As the punch was thrown out, a sharp whistling sound rang in the air. This punch tore through the air and shook the space. It directly landed on the light shield in front of him. As the punch landed, Zichen felt a strong, rebounding force. However, this rebounding force was weak in the face of an unstoppable attack. In an instant, the rebounding force was destroyed. Under the naked eye, the light shield started to sink rapidly. Do it! The other four people shouted. Then, the five forces moved together. The entire light shield started to tremble violently. In the midst of the trembling, small cracks appeared. Boom! When the five forces went berserk, the cracks on the light shield spread to the limit. With a loud bang, it exploded. Haha, finally out. Chapter 1408. The barrier exploded. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard a maniacal laugh. Then, a violent aura surged out from between the five light pillars. Something unexpected happened. The five of them were shocked and retreated. Boom! The place where the five of them were standing turned into a sea of energy. The energy was in a violent state and contained destructive waves. What's going on? Zichen retreated and looked ahead. Hammer said, "It should be a guardian." A guardian. Zi-Chun was stunned. However, it made sense. It was not easy to enter the next level. Comparatively speaking, the expressions of the other three people were much calmer. It was obvious that they had already expected such a scene. The five of them looked ahead cautiously. The violent energy gradually dissipated. When the violent energy completely dissipated, an unknown creature appeared in front of them. The reason he was called an unknown creature was because he had a human body but 9 heads. Beneath each of the 9 heads was a long neck. The necks were connected to the human body. It was a very strange sight. Yes, 5 of us. The 9 pairs of eyes on the 9 heads looked at the 5 of them. Then a surprised voice came from one of the heads. This is a mutation of the 9-headed Hydra, right? Huge Axe held his axe tightly and asked the unknown creature in front of him. He was not asking the creature. Then Duo Hun said it should be. Hun Xia pursed his lips and said, I didn't expect this guardian to be a battle spirit. He must have a lot of luck points to be able to become a guardian. Luck points were something that all living beings in the Manor realm cared about. This included battle spirits and battle beasts. Zi-Chin was surprised when he heard the 3 of them. He whispered, battle spirits need luck points too. Hammer pondered for a moment and said, luck points are good things. All living beings here need them. Compared to humans, battle spirits need luck points more. After a pause, Hammer said, battle spirits have a special sense. They can sense the luck points on humans. Zi-Chen's face immediately showed surprise. Heavy Hammer nodded and said, take you for example. Your current luck points are 53,784 out of 100. Zi-Chen's expression froze when he heard the voice transmission. Before he killed Kanwan, he already had hundreds of thousands of luck points. After killing Kanwan, his luck points skyrocketed, surpassing the 1 million mark. I'm not the only one who can sense it. The others can as well. The voice transmission came to an end because the 9-headed creature in front of them spoke up. He was actually interested in the luck points. TSK, not bad at all. The 5 of you together have over 2 million luck points. If I were to kill you all, the luck points on me would be enough to bring me away. Not bad at all. Leave? Where are we going? Zi-Chin suddenly asked. I'll tell you when I kill you. One of the 9 heads turned around and grinned at Zi-Chin. Cut the crap. If we want to leave this place, we can only fight to the death. Giant Axe swung the giant axe in his hand and shouted coldly. A powerful aura was released from his body at this moment. The aura was much stronger than Xueming and the others. It was even stronger than a level 4 battle spirit. Level 5. Zi-Chin could clearly sense Giant Axe's level from the energy fluctuation. Following the release of Giant Axe's aura, Duo Hun and Hun Xia were not to be outdone. Both of them were level 5 battle spirits. This level was equivalent to a late-stage domain realm, second only to a level 6 peak domain realm. Hammer was a level 5 peak domain realm, only 1 step away from level 6. As for Zi-Chin, he was a level 1 battle spirit when he did not display his physical strength. However, once he displayed his Thunder King physique, he was a level 3 battle spirit. Even though Zi-Chin had displayed his Thunder King physique, and even though lightning was surging around him, the eyes of the 9 creatures were still filled with disdain when they looked at him. Boom! In the next moment, the power around him also surged. His level was actually a level 6 peak domain realm. In other words, the opponent's current level was almost a level 7 battle spirit, which was equivalent to a level 2 domain realm. One should know that there was a huge difference in combat strength between levels of domain realm. This difference was like the difference between levels of domain realm. The 9-headed creature looked down at the crowd, its eyes full of disdain and ridicule. I thought you were strong. I didn't expect you to be just a level 6 battle spirit. Giant Axe curled his lips in disdain. Little guy, the difference between levels of battle spirits is huge. Even if I'm just a level 6 battle spirit, it'll be easy for me to kill you all." The nine-headed creature sneered. Shameless boasting. Giant Axe snorted and looked to both sides. Everyone was ready for battle. When Giant Axe retracted his gaze, he looked at Zichen and smiled mockingly. "Kill him." Following Giant Axe's shout, he was the first to attack the nine-headed creature. Giant Axe caused the void to vibrate. With a strong sense of oppression, he chopped towards one of the nine heads. Seeing Giant Axe coming, the head smiled coldly. Then it opened its eyes and spat out a breath. It was a white breath, but after it was spat out, there was a burst of coldness. The white breath spread forward. Along the way, there were ice crystals. Each ice crystal contained a powerful force. Boom! These ice crystals were instantly blasted apart when they encountered the advancing axe. Soon after, a series of explosions rang out from the area in front of them, like a raging sea of ice crystals. This place became a world of ice aura. Giant Axe felt that he had come to a world of ice. The power around his body showed signs of freezing. He roared, and the power in his body surged again, wanting to break through this world of ice. At this moment, the world of ice suddenly started to rain. At first, it was a raindrop the size of a bean, but in the end it became a downpour. The rain seemed to come from the sky and fell on the world of ice. When the rain fell on the world of ice, it was like freezing rain. Not only did it not wash away the ice crystals, but it made the world even colder. Then, as the rain fell, the world completely became a world of ice. As for Giant Axe's body, it was like an ice sculpture standing in this world. In the outside world, in the eyes of Zichen and the others, the nine-headed creature attacked twice. To be precise, it was 2 of his heads that spat out 2 breaths. However, these breaths, one of ice and one of rain, trapped Giant Axe. Just as Giant Axe attacked, Duo Hun and Hun Xie also moved. The long spear in Duo Hun's hand was like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards the head in front of him. This attack was very fast. It was like teleportation, but also like shuttling through space. It disappeared quickly. Another one of the 9 heads moved. It also opened its mouth and breathed out. At the same time, another head spat out a silver world. This spear entered this world and then shuttled through this world. In the blink of an eye, it entered the depths of this world and disappeared without a trace. Another 2 heads trapped the long spear. Along with the expansion of the world, it also enveloped Duo Hun. Just like how Giant Axe was trapped in the world of ice, Duo Hun was also trapped. Hun Xie's evil crescent moon blade was spinning at high speed, releasing waves of powerful energy. However, in front of the evil crescent moon blade, there were mountains after mountains. These mountains were like divine mountains. They were very sturdy. Every time the evil crescent moon blade broke through a mountain with difficulty, another mountain would appear and block its path. Obviously, Hun Xie was also trapped. Be careful. As Giant Hammer rushed forward, he transmitted his voice to Zichen. Then he waved his giant hammer and smashed it towards the 9-headed creature in front of him. The entire void trembled under his smash. 2 of the heads also spat out light towards Giant Hammer. This time he spat out flames. One of them was a world of flames used to trap people, while the other spat out fire creatures. These creatures all exuded a very strong aura, and they all rushed towards Giant Hammer. In Giant Hammer's hand, the giant hammer vibrated, and a terrifying power spread out, instantly shattering a large number of creatures. At the same time, even the world of flames shook violently. 2 of the 9 heads also released roars for the first time. Immediately afterwards, even more flame creatures appeared, smashing over like heavy hammers. At the same time, magma appeared in the world of flames. This magma rapidly rose like seawater, and soon it completely filled the world of flames. In the blink of an eye, Giant Hammer was drowned in endless flames and magma. Zichen lost sight of Giant Hammer. Out of the 9 heads, 8 of them attacked and trapped the 4 of them. The worlds that they spat out shocked Zichen greatly. However, in the next instant, the final head landed on Zichen's body, following which a trace of disdain appeared on his face. "Puny human, I'll kill you first today. Once I'm free, I'll deal with the rest." After saying that, the last had opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light. This ray of light was very dazzling, but after it rushed out, it turned into a sea of lightning. In the sky above the sea of lightning, there were many lightning creatures floating, exuding a strong aura. At the same time, an endless sea of lightning was brewing in the sky, as if it could fall at any time. The skills of the 9 heads shocked Zichen. Moreover, the last sea of lightning had an extraordinary power, but, unfortunately, it used the sea of lightning to trap Zichen. This was a little funny. This was because Zichen was much more professional than the other one when it came to controlling lightning. Chapter 1409. In the sea of lightning, the power of lightning was very violent. Just like that, Zichen charged in and encountered the lightning creature. Boom! Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. Endless lightning flashed and shattered a lightning creature. This sea of lightning was very dangerous. If other people were in it, it would be very troublesome. However, to Zichen, this sea of lightning seemed a little weak. He was quite disappointed because if this sea of lightning was a little stronger, Zichen could absorb the power of the sea of lightning here and advance his Thunder King physique. Roar! Heaven-shaking roars rang out, and many creatures rushed towards Zichen, causing the entire sea of lightning to roll. Above the firmament, the thunderstorm was also brewing, and streaks of lightning pierced through the black clouds from time to time, looking very terrifying. Zichen raised his head and looked at the thunderstorm. He shook his head in disappointment. Weak, still too weak. In this sea of lightning, there was nothing that Zichen cared about. He lost interest in it. Therefore, he walked into the sea of lightning and moved forward in a straight line. Pung! A huge lightning creature rushed towards Zichen. From the aura around it, it was already a 4th-grade combat spirit. However, after taking a punch from Zichen, this creature wailed and disappeared. Zichen stepped on the sea of lightning and moved forward. Wherever he went, all the creatures that blocked his way were destroyed. At this moment, lightning surrounded him, making him look like the god of thunder. Naturally, these spiritual beings could not stop his steps. In the outside world, one of the 9 heads saw the scene. There was a hint of surprise on its face. It didn't expect that this weak-looking human was actually an expert in controlling lightning. His understanding of lightning had also reached a very high level. However, it didn't care because it still had more tricks up its sleeves. It could guarantee that it would make this human suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, it realized that this small human figure had disappeared from the sea of lightning. It was like teleportation or traveling through time. He disappeared just like that and couldn't be sensed anymore. How could this be? Its face was full of surprise. "Hey, big guy, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice filled with ridicule sounded from behind. The 9-headed creature could tell that the voice belonged to that human. Startled, it subconsciously turned its head. When he turned around, he saw that human. At this moment, the human was looking at him with a mocking expression. "You." The little human had escaped from his control. This was his mistake, so he was angry and wanted to say some harsh words. However, as soon as he uttered a word, he saw the mocking expression of the human in front of him turn cold in the next moment. A murderous intent appeared in the human's eyes, and then the human disappeared from his sight. This did not mean that the humans had disappeared, but that a blinding light had appeared in front of him. There was only this light in his eyes, and there was nothing else. This ray of light was like an open fan. It unfolded a total of 6 times and spread out in front of him. The dazzling light enveloped him, and after that he didn't know anything. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out, and a huge head flew high into the air the moment the purple Chenlong blade returned to its scabbard. The world of lightning that was still raging in front of him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The head fell to the ground, and its eyes were still wide open. Its expression of disbelief finally froze. The four worlds that had trapped the four people also paused for a moment. However, this pause allowed the four people inside to seize the opportunity and attack with all their might. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled. Heavy Hammer held a huge hammer that destroyed the world of flames and then rushed out. The moment he came out, he held the huge hammer and smashed it at the head that was close to him. Die. As the hammer roared, the surrounding space began to distort crazily. Immediately after, an extremely strong pressure fell on the shocked head, greatly reducing the head's reaction speed. The head of the hammer fell, and another loud sound rang out. This time the head was smashed into pieces by the hammer. Damn human, you've ruined my plan. However, Heavy Hammer only smashed one head, and the other head was successfully avoided. He twisted his neck and stared at Zi-chun with a face full of hatred. Boom! Another world was shattered, and the first thing that rushed out was a huge axe. The axe had the will to split open the sky. The moment it appeared, it slashed at the head that had just trapped him. Pooh! One head was directly split into two, and the other quickly retreated. However, at this moment, only 6 of the 9 heads were left. After losing 3 heads in succession, the 9-headed creature's control of the other heads also showed some delay. The long spear that had been shuttling in and out of that world suddenly rushed out of that sealed world and hit one of the heads. That head exploded. However, just as that head exploded, in another direction, the crescent moon evil blade seemed to have cut through all the mountains and directly appeared near one of the heads, and then cut off that head. Just after Zi-chun cut off one of the heads, the 9-headed creature lost another 4 heads in a short moment. 9 heads turned into 4 in an instant. The other 4 people appeared one after another, and 3 of them looked at Zi-chun with a strange look in their eyes. Only Heavy Hammer looked at Zi-chun with great admiration. Human, you've ruined my plan. I want you dead. Among the 9 heads, the remaining 4 all stared at Zi-chun, and the hatred in their eyes had reached the limit. In the next moment, all 4 of them opened their mouths and were about to swallow and spit at Zi-chun. Kill him! Zi-chun retreat. Chong Chue roared and charged forward with his gigantic hammer in hand. The hammer surged, rolling up the endless power of space, and blocked one of the 9 heads. When Zi-chun heard this, he also flashed back. Obviously, he was no longer needed in the next battle. Swoosh! 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 When the other 3 heard the sound of Heavy Hammer, they also rushed forward and blocked the remaining 3 heads. For a moment, all kinds of energy shook the sky, turning it into a sea of energy, and a series of violent explosions could be heard. However, without 5 heads, even if the 9-headed creature was a peak existence of level 6, it could not fight against the 4 powerful existences. Boom! Heavy Hammer was the first to destroy the world, and as the hammer fell, another head was destroyed. Giant Axe followed closely behind. After the giant axe broke through the world, it fell from the sky and directly split one of the heads into 2. The evil crescent blade spun and rushed out of the world, and then cut off another head. Only one of the 9 heads was left, and his face was full of anger and resentment. However, it was obvious that he would not be able to do much. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief in the next moment. However, at this moment, the long spear that rushed out of the world, which should have pierced through the last head, was unexpectedly dodged by the 9 heads. Then the last head, together with its body, rushed towards Zi-chun. Die! The last head's expression was ferocious, and its eyes were full of resentment. A fierce aura was also locked onto Zi-chun. Such an unforeseen event caused the others to cry out, but it was too late to stop it. Duo-hun, what are you doing? Heavy Hammer saw this scene and was furious, glaring at Duo-hun. Duo-hun spread his hands and said guiltily, "Sorry, I did not expect him to be able to dodge." My mistake, my mistake. Swoosh! The nine-headed creature rushed towards Zichen, and in the process, it did not spit out a world towards Zichen. Obviously, it had guessed its final fate, so before it died, it must kill this human brat who ruined it. Looking at the incoming nine-headed creature, Zichen's face was unprecedentedly serious. Lightning flashed around his body, and his hands were clenched into fists, staring at the nine-headed creature. Knowing that you will die, you did not run. You are not stupid. Giant Axe saw this scene and smiled coldly. Han Xie chuckled. His voice was charming. No one can save him. Once this brat dies, it will be Heavy Hammer's turn. Duo Hun looked at Heavy Hammer, who was charging forward, with a murderous look in his eyes. Heavy Hammer was still a step too late. The nine-headed creature arrived in front of Zichen first. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a silver light. These silver lights were like spears, and there were hundreds of them. With a sharp whistling sound, they flew towards Zichen. This was the full strength of the nine-headed creature, and it was extremely powerful and terrifying. Even the other four would have to face this attack seriously, let alone Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen let out an explosive roar. Lightning, crazily, surged around his body. His tightly clenched fists contained an extremely powerful strength. After which, he clenched his fists and ruthlessly attacked the long spear in front of him. Two gigantic fist lights with powerful auras rushed towards the long spear. Boom! Boom! The fist lights exploded, and a terrifying force surged, destroying a large number of spears in an instant. When they saw this scene, astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the three people in the distance. However, that was all. They continued to ridicule Zichen as they waited for his death. These two fist lights were not weak, but compared to the hundreds of spears, they were too weak. The energy of the two fist lights destroyed nearly 100 spears, but there were still hundreds of spears that passed through the energy of the fist lights and rushed towards Zichen. Poof! Poof! Zichen's defense, which was emitting a strong electric light, was instantly broken. Then the long spear swept past Zichen's body and pierced through his body like it was made of rotten wood. In the blink of an eye, Zichen's body was attacked by hundreds of spears. His intact body was instantly riddled with holes, and he was in tatters. Chapter 1410. Seeing that Zichen was almost turned into a sieve by the spear, and even his sea of consciousness was pierced through, he knew that even an immortal god would not be able to save him. The smile on Duo Hun's face spread, and he said proudly, "So what if he has the tyrant blade scabbard? So what if he killed Controller One? Sometimes intelligence is the key to victory. A mere human actually wants to compete with us? What a reckless thing," Huge Axe said coldly. Han Xie snorted, his face full of pride. Now that the human was dead, Hammer was the only one left. Facing the three of them, Hammer would definitely die. How could it be so easy to get that spot? Seeing that the human in front of him no longer looked like a human, the nine-headed creature laughed loudly. There was a twisted sense of satisfaction in his laughter. It was this human who ruined his plan and killed him. Before he died, he wanted revenge. Hammer was a step too late. He did not expect the three of them to be so shameless. When he saw Zichen's appearance, he was also heartbroken. However, Chong Chue quickly sensed that something was amiss. He saw Zichen's eyes, which were extremely calm. No one could be calm in the face of death, unless they were saints. Of course, Zichen was not a saint, but he was so calm in the face of death. There was obviously a problem. Soon, he saw a hint of mockery in Zichen's calm eyes. Zichen, who was in front of him, fell to the ground, and his proud laughter echoed in the world. "Don't you think it's too early to celebrate now?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the side of the nine-headed creature. Hearing this voice, the proud laughter stopped. The nine-headed creature slowly turned his head and looked in front of him in disbelief. there was another figure standing there. It was the human he hated the most. At this moment, the human was holding a scabbard and looking at him with a mocking expression. You are not dead." The nine-headed creature could not believe what he was seeing. He looked at Zi-chan in front of him and then at Zi-chen, who was lying on the ground beside him. However, in the next moment, he saw that Zi-chen, who was lying on the ground, had disappeared like an illusion. Doppelganger. It's a damned doppelganger. The nine-headed creature finally reacted, and its expression became extremely angry. It could not understand how this human could create such a clone in such a short time. Furthermore, his clone was so similar to his real body. It could be said that they were almost identical. Damn it. Similarly stunned expressions appeared on the faces of the three fellows in the distance. After seeing Zi-chin, the complacency on their faces disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Doppelganger. He actually used a doppelganger. Could it be that he had long predicted this would happen? What a cunning human. He has been wary of us for a long time. The three of them gritted their teeth, wishing they could immediately rush forward and kill Zi-chin. The nine-headed creature was also gnashing its teeth, itching to swallow Zi-chin alive. But no matter if it was the former or the latter, they had no chance, because Zi-chen's face turned cold and he instantly pulled out his saber. The dazzling saber light appeared once again, leaving only that saber light in this world. The saber light reflected the unwillingness and despair of the nine-headed creature. Then the saber light spread and split into 6, like a folding fan with 6 bones opening up. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the last head of the nine-headed creature flew high into the air. At this point, none of the 9 heads were left. Zi-chin sheathed his saber and stood there indifferently. Since he knew that the two sides were not on good terms, Zi-chan would naturally be more careful. Let alone these fellows, even he would have to borrow the power of the 9-headed creature to get rid of someone. Therefore, when Zi-chin retreated, he revealed his doppelganger and hid his real body. If the others could focus their attention, they would naturally notice this action. Moreover, the biggest flaw of Zi-chen's doppelganger was that it did not have a scabbard in its hand. Unfortunately, everyone was too engrossed in the battle, or rather, they did not pay attention to Zi-chen at all, so they did not notice Zi-chen's doppelganger. Haha, good job, Zi-chen. As expected of a brave and resourceful human. Hammer quickly recovered from his daze and laughed loudly. Hammer was not far from Zi-chen. At this moment, he stood in front of Zi-chen and faced the 3 people in front of him. Zi-chen smiled faintly and looked at Hammer gratefully. Obviously, among the 4 of them, only Hammer did not want Zi-chen to die. Brave and resourceful. This is called insidious and cunning, okay? The 3 of them curled their lips, their faces gloomy and their eyes cold. At this point, there was no need for disguise. There was only one battle left. You guys worked together to scheme against Controller One. So what? You definitely did not expect Duohan to work with us, right? Huge Axe snorted coldly and looked at Hammer. His words were obviously directed at Hammer. When Controller One was still around, there were 5 powerful existences. Therefore, at that time, Hammer and Duohan were on the same side. Since Duohan was defeated by Controller One could only go and guard the forest to prevent humans from interfering. However, they did not expect that Duohan would collude with the 2 of them. Sure enough, when they were alive, they belonged to the side of humans. However, once they mutated into battle spirits, they lost their allegiance. Hammer straightened his back and exuded a powerful aura. He said indifferently, "So what if you guys work together? Not to mention that Zi-chen is here. Even if Zi-chen is not, I will kill the 3 of you, even if I have to risk my life." TSK Hammer, your words are really big. Huge Axe curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Do you still think that you are a human? Don't forget, you are just a remnant soul that has lost your soul. Your awakening is not complete like ours, and your soul is not even as complete as ours. At that time, you could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ba Dao and Shanlei. You were known as one of the strongest commanders, but now you are just a mere level 5 battle spirit. Huge Axe's words surprised Zichen. He originally thought that Hammer only knew Ba Dao. He did not expect that the two of them had the same fame when they were alive. However, when Ba Dao had awakened, it was because he had seen the scabbard. When he had awakened, it had been silent. His fighting strength was unparalleled. Zichen guessed that when Ba Dao had left, he was at least a level 7 battle spirit. But what about Hammer? Since he was able to come here, it was obvious that he had awakened for a long time. However, his current strength was only at level 5. Zichen had initially guessed that Hammer was just an expert, but not the strongest existence. Now he understood that it was not that Hammer was not strong, but that he had lost too much of his soul. So what? I can still kill the 3 of you. Although he had lost too much of his soul, Hammer was still Hammer. He still had the self-esteem and confidence he had in the past. Zichen chuckled. He looked ahead and said indifferently, "Brother Hammer, you don't have to be like this. I can't guarantee that I can defeat the 3 of them, but I can guarantee that I can kill one of them." "Haha, that's great. As for the other 2, I'll smash them to death with my hammer." Hammer laughed heartily. "Zichen, I'll recognize you as my brother. Let's drink and chat after I've defeated the 3 of them." "All right, let's drink and chat. I happen to have some good wine here." Zichen laughed. The faces of the 3 people in front became extremely gloomy. They were very clear about Hammer's strength. They did not even put that human in their eyes. However, they did not expect that these 2 fellows who were bound to die would look down on the 3 of them and even divide them up. One must know that when they were dealing with the 9 creatures, they had all concealed their strength. If that human had foolishly thought that they only had a few tricks up their sleeves, he would not even know how he died. Although the 2 sides were conversing, the atmosphere had already become extremely oppressive. "Which one do you want to deal with?" Hammer asked. "I hate traitors the most in my life. I'll deal with that guy." Zichen pointed at Duan Hun with a single finger. Duan Hun was enraged. With a furious roar, he moved to charge at Zichen. However, right at that moment, an explosion rang out from somewhere in front of the 2 sides near where Hammer and Zichen were. As this explosion rang out, several smaller explosions rang out in other places as well. The explosion came from the body of the 9 creatures and the other 9 heads. There was no sign of them exploding at all. Following the explosion of the bodies, several clumps of light appeared. There were a total of 12 clumps of light. When the 12 clumps of light appeared, 5 of them flew towards Giant Axe and the other 2 before fusing into their bodies. When they sensed the clumps of light, ecstasy appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them. It was worth mentioning that only one of the 5 clumps of light managed to fuse into Duan Hun's body. Following that, the 3 of them turned to look at the other 7 clumps of light. Of the 7 clumps of light, 5 of them flew towards Zichen and Hammer. 2 of them fused into Hammer's body. As for the other 3, they fused into Zichen's body. Haha, these are all luck points. They're really generous. As soon as the clumps of light fused into his body, Hammer could feel the surge of luck points. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Among them, Zichen's gain was naturally the greatest. That was because he alone occupied 3 clumps of light. The 3 of them were puzzled. Why did some people have 1 clump of light, while others had 2 clumps of light, but Zichen had 3 clumps of light? Hammer laughed mockingly. "Cut off 1 head, 1 clumps of light. The 9 heads will turn into 9 clumps of light. As for the final kill, you'll also get the clumps of light from the body." "Haha, Duan Hun, you've got a good plan." Duan Hun's face turned pale. He said coldly, "So what? After killing you, all the luck points will be mine." Although he said that there was still a trace of jealousy in his eyes. That was because Zichen's luck points had increased by hundreds of thousands. His luck points were almost as high as 2 million. What kind of bullsh*t logic is this? If that's the case, What about the two clumps of light? Do we have to snatch them? Giant Axe said as he pointed at the two clumps of light that hadn't moved. The two clumps of light were even brighter. At first, no one paid much attention to them. However, after Giant Axe's words, they took a closer look and realized that the clumps of light weren't luck points. Chapter 14:11. In the next instant, all 5 of them turned their attention to the ball of light. After that, they discovered the abnormality within the ball of light, causing their gazes to narrow. Within the ball of light were 2 glowing jade pieces. To be more precise, the glowing jade pieces formed 2 balls of light. Those are those. Seeing the 2 pieces of jade, the faces of Great Axe and the other 2 immediately changed. Their eyes widened, unable to suppress the excitement in their eyes. Qualifications. Those jade pieces must be the qualifications to obtain the domain core. The 3 of them were very certain and very excited, but so what? Zichen had killed the 9-headed creature on the spot, so the ball of light was very close to Zichen and Hammer. It was so close that the 2 only needed a thought to take away the 2 jade pieces. The trio in front of them did not immediately rush over. The excitement in their eyes was replaced by coldness. In fact, they did not even look at the jade pieces. Instead, they stared coldly at Hammer. Giant Axe's eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he said coldly, "Looks like a battle is inevitable." Duo Hun added, "A battle of life and death." Hammer said indifferently, "Any time." Beside Hammer, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "A battle of life and death is naturally unavoidable. However, we will naturally take away these things first." As he spoke, Zichen waved his hand and the 2 jade pieces flew over. He held the jade pieces in his hand and, under the cold gazes of the trio in front of him, gave one to Hammer. "What's the point? This thing can only belong to the living." Giant Axe said coldly, "Of course it's meaningful, because I was the one who killed the 9-headed creature. This thing naturally belongs to me. As for life and death, haha, I don't think you guys will live." Zichen laughed softly. If it was 1 against 3, he would naturally be under a lot of pressure. However, he still had Hammer by his side. Most importantly, Hammer's strength was stronger than theirs. Under such circumstances, Zichen and Hammer naturally had a high chance of winning. Moreover, the significance of these jade pieces was extraordinary. It could directly affect one's future achievements. For this reason, Zichen did not hesitate to reveal his greatest trump card. A mere 3rd-level war spirit. What big words. Duo Hun coldly snorted and took a step forward. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. "Wrong. I'm a human, not a battle spirit," Zichen said indifferently. "All the more reason for you to die." After he spoke, the murderous intent in Duo Hun's eyes reached its limit. The horn on his forehead suddenly separated and transformed into a silver spear. Then, a bright light rushed out from Duo Hun's body. This light was another Duo Hun. It was Duo Hun's spiritual sense. This spiritual sense held a silver spear and shot towards Zichen at an extremely fast speed. Wasn't this just a spiritual sense competition? When Zichen saw this scene, he was stunned as a strange look appeared in his eyes. However, at this moment his killing intent had been aroused, and he was full of confidence in himself. So he didn't notice the trace of strangeness in Zichen's eyes. In his eyes, Zichen was stunned because of fear and missed the best opportunity to counterattack and dodge. Swoosh! Along with his spear, Duo Hun rushed into Zichen's sea of consciousness. As for Zichen, it was as if he had lost his soul. The bright light in his eyes gradually became dull and lifeless. Hammer, this time that kid will definitely die. Let's see how you're going to turn the tables. Huge Axe saw that Duo Hun had successfully rushed into Zichen's sea of consciousness and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Beside him, Hun Xia also chuckled. This was the result of the conversation between the 3 of them. Although they looked down on Zichen, they had to admit that he had the scabbard of the tyrant blade. It was quite troublesome to deal with him, and no one dared to guarantee that they could kill him in a few short moves. Therefore, they finally decided to let Duo Hun do it. After all, Duo Hun was better than Duo Hun. Moreover, he won in a head-on battle with spiritual sense. It was too easy to kill a mere human. As for the claim that a human killed Duo Hun, the three of them didn't believe it at all. They all thought that it was Hammer's doing. You guys are quite calculative. Hammer looked at the two of them and said indifferently. Huge Axe smiled, his face full of ridicule. He said, "What? Are we going to fight now? Or are we going to protect their bodies first and wait for them to decide the victor?" Hammer was the first to see Zichen. Other than Zichen, he also saw the other humans. Hammer could see the methods of those humans at a glance. Except for the few who were protecting Zichen, who were very special, the others were not worth mentioning. However, those few people didn't find what belonged to them. Therefore, they were no match for Duo Hun. In the end, only Zichen was left. In other words, Zichen killed Duo Hun alone. Hammer didn't know the details of the battle, but he naturally wouldn't be so stupid to think that Zichen suddenly appeared in front of Duo Hun and killed him. No one could appear in front of Duo Hun silently, not even him. Thus, for Zichen to be able to kill Duo Hun, the two of them had truly fought. On the other hand, since Zichen could kill Duo Hun, his strength should not be weak. He should be able to go toe-to-toe with Soul Snatcher. Most importantly, Hammer, who was standing beside Zichen, did not sense any nervousness from Zichen. In fact, when Soul Snatcher charged at him, he clearly saw that Zichen had the opportunity to counterattack. However, Zichen did not move. It was as though he was waiting for Soul Snatcher to come. Light flashed across Hammer's eyes. Zichen had always given him a mysterious feeling. He smiled and said, "Don't be overconfident. Zichen might not be as easy to deal with as you think." "Is that so? Then we'll wait and see." Hugh Jack smiled. Since Hammer had so much confidence in the human, he was happy to wait for Soul Snatcher to come out after killing the human. Then, the three of them would attack together to finish off Hammer. Wielding his spear, Soul Snatcher charged into Zichen's Sea of Wisdom. After that, he saw a golden ocean. That was Zichen's spiritual sense. It spread out like a golden ocean. Today, I will refine the ocean. Sensing that Zichen's spiritual sense had not reached the King Realm, the last trace of doubt in Soul Snatcher's heart was dispelled. He shouted coldly, appearing to be full of confidence. The echo reverberated in the Sea of Wisdom. Whoosh! The golden ocean tumbled. Endless spiritual sense was like a monstrous wave, rolling up tens of thousands of feet high. This kind of trick is useless against me. Hurry up and show your true form. Soul Snatcher's body glowed, blocking the waves. His cold eyes looked ahead and said indifferently. The sweeping waves calmed down. Then, the waves fell down and turned into a golden figure. This figure was Zichen. The golden Zichen looked at Soul Snatcher in front of him and smiled faintly. He said, "Welcome to my spiritual sense world." Soul Snatcher replied indifferently, "You don't have to be so polite. I will soon break through this place and leave with the luck points." Zichen laughed softly. Soul Snatcher was indeed happy that he could come here. Originally, Zichen planned to use his trump card in the worst-case scenario. However, Soul Snatcher suddenly rushed into his Sea of Wisdom. There was no need to use his trump card. After dealing with Soul Snatcher, he could join forces with Hammer to kill the other two. "Do you want to die quickly or be slowly tortured to death by me?" Soul Snatcher asked first. He did not attack immediately. Zichen looked at Soul Snatcher and did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you know how Controller 1 died?" "Humph, I don't even need to think." "It was you and Hammer who schemed against him," Soul Snatcher said coldly. "Wrong. He died because of fate." Soul Snatcher was stunned. "Fate? What fate?" Golden light flowed in Zichen's hand. Then the golden light turned into a long saber with a scabbard. Zi Chen held the scabbard and said, "He died under Overlord Blade's scabbard when he was alive. After he died, he became a battle spirit and was killed by Overlord Blade's scabbard. This is fate." Looking at the scabbard in Zi Chen's hand, Soul Snatcher did not know why he suddenly had a bad feeling. He naturally did not believe in fate, but he was very afraid of the scabbard. Therefore, he asked, "You can use Overlord Blade's drawing technique here?" Zi Chen smiled mysteriously. "Take a guess." "Impossible. Drawing technique is not a spiritual sense battle skill." Soul Snatcher naturally did not believe it. However, he felt a trace of abnormality in his heart. Therefore, this time he did not talk nonsense and charged towards Zi Chen. Swoosh! He held his long spear tightly and attacked Zi Chen as one with his spear. For this attack, Soul Snatcher used his strongest strength. This was also a battle skill. When he fought with Control One, the latter did not dare to underestimate it. In fact, Zi Chen did not underestimate his opponent. He directly used beheading. The bright golden saber light with unimaginable power swept towards the long spear in front of him. His entire sea of consciousness rippled with a powerful spatial pressure. This power was like a huge net enveloping Duan Han. Soul Snatcher's speed slowed down. This caused his face to change. Boom! The saber light and the spear light collided, causing a loud explosion. In the consciousness, the surging energy shook. The saber light dissipated, and the spear light was also rolled back. In this attack, the two of them were actually evenly matched. However, Soul Snatcher's heart was shocked beyond imagination, because the difference in their soul states was too big. How could they be evenly matched in such a collision? Why, are you surprised? Zi Chen stood there and sneered at Soul Snatcher from afar. Soul Snatcher's face kept changing. "Do you know about Control One's spiritual will privilege?" Zi Chen asked. Soul Snatcher's face changed again. He had a bad feeling. Indeed, Zi Chen continued, "My privilege is more than his. Not only can I ignore the restrictions of battle skills, I can even use my spiritual will to create things that have some of the power of my original body." Zi Chen looked at Soul Snatcher and said indifferently, "When you fought with Control One, it was in the outside world, right? Now, let me tell you, Control One died in the consciousness world. However, it was not mine. It was his. I entered his consciousness world and used this scabbard to kill him." Soul Snatcher's face turned pale. He had the urge to turn around and leave. But at this moment, he was in Zi Chen's consciousness world. Without Zi Chen's permission, no one could leave. Next, I'll show you something surprising. Chapter 1412. Zi Chen drew his saber, and the saber light illuminated the golden sea of consciousness. When they were in the outside world, Duo Han had seen Zi Chen use the drawing technique. At this moment, as Zi Chen drew his saber again, the power was the same as when they were in the outside world. Obviously, Zi Chen was not lying. He had the same privilege as Control One. No, it was even more high-end than Control One. Not only could he ignore the restrictions of the technique, but he could also draw out the power of the object itself. The energy aura contained in the shining golden saber light was not weaker than that of the outside world at all. Thousand Illusion Spear. Looking at the saber light that was about to spread, Duo Han's expression became extremely solemn. However, to be able to defeat Control One, it was obvious that his spiritual senses were extraordinary. He shouted loudly, and the long spear in front of him began to tremble. Then the long spear split into two into four into 8, and just like that, it multiplied until it finally turned into more than 1,000 long spears. It was just like the original attack of the 9-headed creature, but it was even more powerful. More than 1,000 long spears turned into streams of light and shot forward like a meteor shower. Swoosh! The 6 saber lights were completely unfolded like a huge folding fan, filling the sky. In the sky, the meteor-like spear lights scattered down and headed toward the saber lights. The spear lights hit the saber lights, and a sonorous sound echoed in the sky. More than 1,000 spear lights scattered down, trying to drown the 6 saber lights. However, the saber lights were very bright and powerful. Not only were they not drowned by the spear lights, but they also rose into the sky and swept toward the sky, strangling the many spear lights. In the sky, the spear lights and the saber lights clashed, and the dazzling light of spiritual senses was emitted. In the end, more than 1,000 spear lights dissipated and turned into a silver spear that rolled back. The fan-shaped saber lights between heaven and earth also disappeared. In this attack, both sides were equally matched. However, there was no longer any shock on Duo Hun's face. Instead, there was a relaxed smile. He looked at Zichen and said, "This should be your strongest combat technique, right?" Zichen nodded and said truthfully, "That's right. Draw is my trump card." Duo Hun had a knowing look on his face. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Your sword drawing technique can only split into 6. Although it's not weak, it's not enough to kill me. Coincidentally, I have another technique that's slightly stronger than your previous one. I think we'll be able to determine life and death now." Zichen took a deep breath and nodded again. "One strike to determine life and death. Very good." Swoosh! Just as Zichen finished speaking, Duo Hun made his move. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he gripped his spear and charged towards Zichen. This time, the spear did not manifest in greater numbers. Only one person and one spear rushed towards Zichen. Soul-extinguishing spear. However, there was an explosive roar that resounded between heaven and earth. Silver light erupted from the long spear, and waves of powerful soul power surged on the surface of the long spear. A long spear light shot out from the tip of the spear and pierced towards Zichen's heart. "The reason why controlling one can't defeat me is because of this king-grade soul weapon. Back then, even controlling one didn't have the courage to take my spear." Duo Hun's entire body merged with the long spear. In the space of his sea of consciousness, only a ball of resplendent silver light could be seen. "I'm not controlling Wan." Facing the spear light, Zichen felt pressure in his heart, but he was not afraid. The scabbard in his left hand glowed. The glaring golden light was almost on par with the silver light. At this moment, the entire space of his sea of consciousness was split by the golden and silver light. The silver light was like a meteor, shooting towards the motionless golden light. Zichen placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber, using more strength than before. "It's useless. Ba Dao's sword drawing technique is indeed extraordinary, but you can only split into 6. It's not a threat to me." Duo Hun's voice came from the spear light. In an instant, the spear light arrived. Swoosh! Zichen was expressionless, like an ancient well without ripples. The instant the spear light arrived, he drew his saber. The saber light flashed, and an even more glaring golden light appeared. The moment the golden light appeared, it was extremely dazzling, completely suppressing the silver light in the sky. When Duo Hun saw the boundless golden light in the spear light, he still had a cold smile on his face. The saber light splitting into 6 was not a threat to him. Indeed, the saber light fanned out and split into 6. Duo Hun's expression froze in the next moment. His face was clearly filled with astonishment, because after the saber light split into 6, another saber light appeared. One split into 7. There was one more than before. Duo Hun's expression turned grave and stern. He shouted, "So what if you split into 7? I can still kill you." He still had absolute confidence in his technique. At this moment, the spear light clashed with the saber light. However, before the explosion could be heard, Duo Hun's expression changed drastically. That was because there was an additional saber light on the foundation of the 7th saber light. Don't underestimate this saber light. It could play a crucial role at a critical moment. 1 split into 8. How is this possible? Duo Hun's expression of disbelief was also a touch of fear and despair. His attack could at most destroy 7 saber lights. It was impossible to destroy 8 saber lights. Moreover, he had used all his strength in the attack just now. It was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. Boom! The energy collided, and the sound of tremors continued to ring out. Gold and silver light shone in the sea of consciousness. The power of the unity of man and spear was very strong, but the 8 saber lights were also sharper. As the saber light advanced, the spear light was also destroyed. The first saber light was destroyed, and the other 7 saber lights were one step closer to Duo Hun. Bang! The second saber light was destroyed, and the 6 saber lights took another step forward. Bang! 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 The saber light advanced as it shattered. At the same time, it also wore down the power of the spear light. By the time the 7th saber light shattered, the light of the spear light had already become extremely dim. If the attack between the 2 sides ended here, then the remaining power in the spear light would still be enough to deal a heavy blow to Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts. After all, spiritual thoughts were not a physical body. They did not have such a strong defense. This was the result that Duo Hun had expected. However, the reality was that there was still an 8th saber light. This saber light instantly destroyed the power of the spear light. Then, it shook off the spear and swept towards the shocked and frightened Duo Hun. 1 split into 7, 1 split into 8. Only 1 saber light was different. However, this saber light was crucial. In the outside world, the 3 people were still waiting. However, it was taking a long time. One had to know that a battle between spiritual thoughts was almost instantaneous. Life and death were decided in an instant. However, how long had it been? Life and death had not been decided. Could it be that Duo Hun was having a heart-to-heart talk with Zichen? The confidence and calmness on Han Xie's and Huge Axe's faces gradually disappeared as time passed. Their faces were filled with doubt, bewilderment, and a trace of uneasiness. On the other hand, Chong Chue gradually calmed down as time passed. Obviously, this was a good thing for Zichen. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Hammer smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you too are very nervous." "What's there to be nervous about? That human boy will definitely die." Huge Axe snorted coldly. "Don't be so sure when you speak. Do you think that Duo Hun can easily kill someone who can kill Controller Wan?" The 2 people's expressions changed. Huge Axe was shocked and said, "Are you sure that Controller Wan was killed by that human boy?" Hammer's face was full of sarcasm. "At this point, do you still think that I'm joking? How is this possible? How could a mere human kill Controller Wan?" The 2 people's faces were filled with disbelief. They had a bad feeling. So what if he's a human? Don't forget that the strongest existence in the world is not a high-level life form or a supreme beast, but a human. Back then, didn't you think that you were very strong? Weren't you still killed by Ba Dao? Ba Dao is also a human. Moreover, this Zichen, even now I still can't see through him. Hammer's eyes were full of mockery. You 2 have already seen Zi Chen's wisdom. Unfortunately, both of you are too conceited. Now, you even let Duo Hun take the initiative to kill Zichen. If I'm not wrong, Zichen should have killed Controller Wan in a direct battle. In other words, the strength of his spiritual sense is not weaker than Controller Wan's. The 2 people's expressions became extremely ugly. If what Hammer said was true, then Duo Hun's initiative to enter Zi Chen's Sea of Consciousness was purely courting death. Han Xie was a little shaken. Giant Axe shouted, "Hammer, don't be an alarmist here. So what if that human is strong? Don't forget his strength and realm. With just him, he wants to kill Controller Wan and Duo Hun, who has a king-level soul weapon. He's simply dreaming." Hearing Giant Axe's words, Han Xie came to his senses. He stared at Hammer and said, "That's right. Hammer, don't talk nonsense here. Even if that human is strong, don't forget his true realm." Hammer shook his head and said, "Even some beasts can ignore realms, let alone humans who are the most unpredictable." "Humph. Even if you say that the sky is falling, we don't believe that human can kill Duohun, because we know Duohun's strength too well. Unless I can see this human with my own eyes." However, before Giant Axe could finish speaking, his expression froze on his face. His eyes looked straight ahead. His face was filled with disbelief, because in front of him, which was beside Hammer, was the human he thought was dead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and smiled at them. You. Han Xie's eyes widened in the next moment, as if he had seen a ghost. Beside the two of them, the motionless Duohun had already turned into a corpse. A rather large ball of lucky light rushed out of his body and headed toward Zi Chen in front of him. After absorbing the ball of luck, Zi Chen's eyes shone brighter. Even his luck points were gone. The truth was in front of them. Giant Axe and Han Xie were dumbfounded. Zi Chen looked at the two of them and smiled. "I say, the two of you don't seem happy to see me. Don't you want me to live?" "Only ghosts would want you to live." The two of them knew Duohun's strength very well. They didn't expect this human to be able to kill Duohun. The two of them couldn't help but admit that they had miscalculated this time. After looking at each other, the two of them nodded heavily and rushed towards the high platform. Chapter 14:13. The two of them were decisive. They turned around and tried to escape, giving up on competing for a spot. Unfortunately, the two of them had no choice but to give up because Zi Chen had his eyes on their luck points. On the high platform, a small ripple barrier appeared in the middle of the 5 light pillars. This ripple barrier was where the passage was. The two of them were very close to the passage. They could reach it in an instant and enter. Unfortunately, their reaction was still a little slow. Or rather, their speed was a little slow. When they reached the edge of the high platform, there was already a person standing there. It was a human with wings. The wings seemed to be made of lightning, emitting dazzling lightning. What was important was not the wings, but the human. To be precise, the human was not very important. What was important was the scabbard in the human's hand. Just as the two of them tried to rush past, the scabbard lit up. Then, an even brighter light appeared. A long saber was unsheathed, bringing with it a dazzling light. This saber was more of a deterrent than a killing blow. Therefore, the two of them easily dodged it after retreating. Boom! But just as the two of them retreated, the sky began to shake. Then, a huge hammer fell from the sky. The hammer contained a powerful force, causing the space here to distort crazily. The heavy hammer attacked. At this moment, he and Zi Chen were attacking the two of them, one from the front and one from the back. Facing such a pincer attack, Giant Axe was helpless. He could only shout and raise his giant axe to slash at the heavy hammer in the sky. Boom! A surge of energy shook, and the heavy hammer fell. Giant Axe retreated backward, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was injured in one hit. On the side, Zi Chen pulled out his saber again. The shining saber light appeared like an open fan. The saber light swept toward Evil Crescent Blade. Clang! The sound of collision was heard. Evil Crescent Blade was rolled back. Zi Chen put away his saber and stood indifferently. A fierce battle broke out. Giant Axe and Han Xie knew that they were going to die, but at this moment they unleashed their endless potential and launched terrifying attacks. The two of them were fighting with their lives. The area shook crazily. Even the high platform was shaking at a high frequency, as if it was going to collapse. Unfortunately, their opponents were even more terrifying. Needless to say, Heavy Hammer was once in existence as powerful as Ba Dao. Even though his soul had not fully awakened, his combat power still surpassed huge axes. One was known as the Giant Axe, while the other was known as the Heavy Hammer. However, after a fierce battle, the Giant Axe was also smashed apart by the Heavy Hammer. As soon as the Giant Axe fell, the saber light between heaven and earth brightened up again. This time, Zi-Chen's saber split into 9. Bang! Following the descent of the 9 blade lights, the cracks on the rotating evil crescent blade extended to the limit and finally exploded. Then, the saber light flashed past Hanxia's neck. The soldiers were crushed and the people were dead. In this battle, Zi-Chen and Hammer won. However, in the end, Soul Evil and Giant Axe went all out, injuring both of them. After a simple treatment, the two of them stood up. Good boy. I've always thought highly of you, but I still underestimated you. You've almost mastered the first level of the saber drawing art. Hammer patted Zi-Chen's shoulder and laughed. There's still some distance before I reach the final level. Zi-Chen smiled modestly. The power of the saber drawing art was equivalent to the peak of level 1 King realm battle skills. This technique should have been comprehended by someone at the domain realm late stage. However, Zi-Chen's true realm was only at the mid-corporeal realm. His comprehension ability also caused Chong Chue to be extremely shocked. The passage to the next level was right in front of them, but the two of them did not step out. All right, let's go back and find them. The two of them turned around and left. Hammer needed to find those battle spirits. After all, he was the one who brought them here, so he needed to bring them to the next level. As for Zi-Chen, he also needed to find his companions. Big Brother Hammer, we've obtained the qualifications, but where is the psychic domain core? On the way back, Zi-Chen asked doubtfully. Hammer shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I'm sure the people on the next level will know. Because of Hammer's presence, the group of battle spirits did not find trouble with Zi-Chen. After greeting Hammer, Zi-Chen rushed toward the stone forest array. Outside the stone forest array, Wu Xie and the others had been waiting for a long time. They were very anxious, but there were many battle spirits on the other side, so they did not dare to rashly enter. This Zi-Chen couldn't have been schemed against by that battle spirit and then killed, right? He hasn't returned after so long. Maybe that's true. If that's the case, then it's too funny. A dignified expert was tricked by a few words and then killed. Sounds of discussion rang out continuously. Initially, the discussions were still very soft. However, as Zi-Chen did not return after a long time, the discussions gradually grew louder. In the distance, Man-Shur was furious when he heard this. He stood up and shouted in that direction, What nonsense are you talking about? Do you dare to say it in front of your master Man-Shur? Who are you acting like Master Man in front of? A cold voice rang out. A cultivator in the distance stood up. A cold light flashed in Man-Shur's eyes. He shouted, Do you want to die? Humph! The cultivator looked at Man-Shur from afar and snorted. Because Zi-Chen had not returned, Wu Xie and the others were furious. Now that someone dared to provoke them, they all stood up. Man-Shur had a fiery temper and was about to step forward. What? You want to kill me in front of hundreds of people? Do you really think you're the leader? The cultivator said indifferently. I just want to spar with you. What? You don't dare? Man-Shur said angrily. Spar? I saw the killing intent in your eyes just now. I didn't expect you to change your mind so quickly. Are you afraid? The cultivator said coldly. Afraid? Do you think your Master Man is afraid of you? Kid, come here. Master Man will kill you in minutes. Due to the fact that they were from two different factions, this quarrel also caused some commotion. Enough. Everyone stop talking. Xueming, who had recovered from his injuries and even his broken arm, said, Xuan City had the most people here. Although Zi-Chen was the strongest, Xueming's force was the strongest. Therefore, his words were still effective. Xueming glanced at Man-Shur and ignored the cultivator who was quarreling with Man-Shur. Instead, he looked at their leader and said indifferently, Zi-Chen hasn't returned yet. Everyone, please calm down. The leader's expression was a little unnatural. He then scolded his subordinates. Don't think that everyone is afraid of you. Let me tell you, our Liuzong city also has many experts. You people from Huping City better keep a low profile. The cultivator said ruthlessly in the end. Man sure was furious and wanted to kill the other party. At this moment, footsteps came from the front. The sound came from the direction of the stone forest formation. Everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. A figure walked out from the direction of the stone forest formation. It was Zichin. After they saw Zichin, a wisp of joy appeared on the faces of Manshur and the others. Manshur even turned around and said, "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Has Zichin returned?" The cultivator, who had been very arrogant earlier, did not utter a single word at this moment. When he looked at the indifferent Zichin, his eyes were filled with intense fear. "Brother Zichin." Xueming went up to greet him. Zichin nodded at Xueming. He always had a good impression of Xueming. "How is it?" Xueming asked. "The passageway has been found and opened. Everyone can leave now." Zichen's voice was not loud, but everyone present was a cultivator. Every one of them could hear him clearly. In the next moment, excited cheers rang out. They had gained a lot on this level, and all of them had broken through to the domain realm. Once they reached the next level, their gains might be even greater. For a moment, many cultivators rushed toward the stone forest formation. They could not wait to go to the next level. Our experts must be there. When the time comes, we'll let some people know what a big city's foundation is. When the tiger is absent, the monkey will become the king. When all of us reunite, some people will know what a real expert is. Many cultivators left, but there were some who muttered before leaving. Manshur and the others were furious. Even Zichen's brows furrowed slightly. "Brother Zichin, thank you for this time." Xueming cupped his fists at Zichin. He was the first person to thank him after the passage opened. "You're welcome. See you again." Zichin cupped his fists and smiled faintly. "Brother Zichin, you're not coming with us?" Xueming asked. Zichin glanced at the people in the distance and said, "I'm not used to it." After saying that, he waved his hand at Xueming and led the others into the stone forest formation. Now that the passage had opened, they were likely to meet their own experts on the next level. After all, the real experts had chosen to go deeper at the beginning. Zichen's battle strength had been able to deter them before, but after the passage opened, it was no longer the case. Moreover, these people might hate Zichin because they had been threatened by Zichin before. Looking at the backs of Zichen and the others, Xueming could not help but shake his head and sigh. He felt that it was a pity to lose such an ally. He looked around and saw many cold gazes. He shook his head again. These people were really short-sighted. "Don't look for trouble." Xueming shook his head and muttered. His perception was very sharp. He had already sensed that Zichin and the others were not ordinary. If the others were honest, it would be fine. However, once they found their own experts and came back to cause trouble, they would probably suffer a great loss at Zichen's hands. After passing through the stone forest formation and reaching the entrance, Zichin saw Zhong Chue waiting there. All the cultivators were also on guard against Zhong Chue when they entered the passage. "Big brother Zhong Chue, why are you here?" Seeing that there were no other battle spirits around, Zichin asked curiously. Zhong Chue smiled and said, "I'm waiting for you. I've decided to go with you." Chapter 14:14. After killing the 9 creatures, the 2 of them each obtained a piece of jade. However, they did not know how to use it, so they naturally had to travel together. When Manshur and the others saw Chong Chong, their hearts skipped a beat. After the introduction, their faces were filled with joy. Obviously, with such an expert accompanying them, their team's combat power had greatly increased. Xueming saw Chong Chong from afar and was shocked. When he saw the fierce man talking and laughing with Zichin, he was even more surprised. When the other cultivators saw this scene, their expressions became extremely complicated. The group of people stepped into the passage. In a flash of light, they left this level and went to the next level. However, Zi Chen and the others didn't know that the next floor they went to wasn't the 8th floor, but rather the 5th floor after jumping through several floors. As soon as they appeared, before Zi Chen and the others could look around, there were sounds of quarreling and fighting. Do you know who we are? We are Lu Zongqing's people. Did you eat a leopard's guts? Our Lu Zongqing's experts are all on this level. Similar voices continued to ring out. Humph. So what if you are Lu Zongqing? Hand over your luck points, or you will be killed without mercy. The voices reached the ears of Zi Chen and the others from afar. Everyone was speechless. It turned out that they had encountered a robbery. However, since they dared to rob near the exit, it could be seen that the other party's strength was also extremely strong. Lu Zongqing, humph. Man sure snorted. Just now it was Lu Zongqing's people who challenged him, and he was still angry. Let's go. Zi Chen walked forward. He was obviously not interested in these things. As for helping, he did not even think about it. The battle had already begun. The robbers were very strong, and Lu Zongqing's group of cultivators were forced to retreat. Hand over your luck points, or you will be killed without mercy. When the robbers approached, they threatened in a cold voice. The luck points were obtained by the group of people after more than 2 years of hard work. Naturally, they would not give them away so easily. These cultivators were unwilling, but in the next moment, their eyes fell on Zi Chen and the others. His face immediately lit up with joy, but before he could speak, he saw Zi Chen and the others walking over from the other side. Obviously, they had no intention of interfering. There was a hint of resentment in the cultivator's eyes. He looked back at the robbers and said, "Didn't you want luck points? Let me tell you, they have more luck points than all of us combined. I think they have more than 1,000,000 luck points." 1,000,000 luck points. When the robbers heard this, they were shocked. Almost subconsciously, they looked towards Zi Chen. At the same time, many of the cultivators who were robbing also looked towards Zi Chen's direction. Because Lu Zongqing's words just now were not deliberately suppressed, many people heard it. Facing all these gazes, Zi Chen and the others didn't stop, neither hurrying nor slowing down. Halt! Although they couldn't figure out the situation of these people, they could still shout coldly. Originally, the robbers wanted to make the other party stop and feel their strength before deciding whether to attack or not. However, these robbers did not expect that after this cold shout, those people stopped. However, after they stopped, a burly human walked over with a face full of anger. Since these people had sealed their tokens, the others were unable to sense the city they belonged to. Similarly, they were unable to sense each other. However, among the people in the distance, there were some who were able to sense each other. Immediately, cries of surprise rang out. 108 Huping City. This person is actually from Huping City. When they sensed the burly man's city, everyone was surprised and shocked. However, they didn't mock him. Instead, they quietly looked at the burly man, waiting to see what he wanted to do. The burly man walked over, but unexpectedly he didn't look for trouble with the robbers. Instead, he walked towards the group of people from Lu Zongqing. "Man Sure, what are you doing?" It was the cultivator who spoke just now. When he saw Man Sure's unfriendly face, he also shouted, "I didn't want to kill you. You're the one who asked for it," Man Sure said coldly. This was an order given by Zi Chen. If the others didn't stop them and let them pass, then it would be considered that the people from Lu Zongqing had spoken rudely and didn't deserve to die. However, if they stopped them, then Man Sure would kill the people from Lu Zongqing. Not the robbers, but the cultivators from Lu Zongqing. Do you know who we are? We're from Lu Zongqing. Our experts are guarding this place. A hint of panic appeared on the cultivator's face. He couldn't figure out why this idiot didn't look for trouble with the robbers, but looked for trouble with him instead. Man Sure walked closer. The group of cultivators from Lu Zongqing were all on alert, but Man Sure wasn't afraid at all. He directly attacked. As the black light lingered, a fist light shot towards the cultivator in front. When the cultivator saw that Man Sure attacked, his expression changed. He shouted, took out his domain weapon, and slashed at the fist light. Bang! On the fist light, a surge of power exploded, causing an explosion. The cultivator was sent flying far away along with his domain weapon. Immediately after, a ball of light appeared where the cultivator landed. The ball of light merged into Man Shure's body. That ball of light was naturally a bit of luck. Seeing that Man Shure killed a cultivator of the first domain realm with a single punch, the robbers' expressions changed. Their hearts jumped in fright. He was really a fierce person. Man Shure, do you know what you're doing? You're going against Lu Zongqing. You better think about the consequences. A cultivator with a pale face next to him shouted coldly. Man Shure looked at him indifferently and said coldly, I've already killed them. What do you want? A young man walked out from behind the group of cultivators from Lu Zongqing. He was the leader of the group from Lu Zongqing. He looked at Man Shure with cold eyes and said directly, it's simple. Chase these people away, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the others from Lu Zongqing will come to you to settle this matter. This scene was witnessed by Xue Ming, who came in later. He knew it was over. You're threatening us. Wu Xie's voice was heard. He also walked over. The leader smiled coldly and said, If you think so, then so be it. Around them, the others were dumbfounded and slightly angry. They were the robbers. Logically speaking, they should be the real protagonists. Why were they ignored? Hearing Lu Zongqing's provocative words, no matter if it was Man Shure or Wu Xie, anger appeared on their faces. However, the two of them restrained themselves. Or it could be said that before they exploded, they were both suppressing themselves. After that, they looked towards Ziqin. Ziqin frowned slightly. The leader also looked at Ziqin and said indifferently, there are still people alive from the three forces. We, Lu Zongqing, have the advantage in numbers. This was a fact, but it was also a threat. Everyone looked at Ziqin to see how he would react. If it was on the upper level, then they knew without thinking that Ziqin would definitely choose to kill because he was the strongest on that level. However, it was different on this level. There were many strong cultivators gathered here. There might even be high-level life forms. Ziqin sighed and said, Well, since you said so, then we can only kill them all. When the robbers heard this, they all raised their eyebrows. A smile also appeared on the face of Lu Zongqing's leader. He raised his head slightly and said with a little arrogance, I wanted you to drive them away. However, it's not bad if you kill them all. However, those lucky points, Lu Zongqing's leader's words ended here. He had to end it because a beam of destructive light and a dark fist light had already appeared in front of him. This was the joint attack of Man Shure and Wu Xie. Even Ziqin had to be very cautious, let alone a stupid leader who didn't have the slightest defense. Boom! The energy exploded. The leader didn't finish his words, but he would never be able to say what he wanted to say. The leader didn't understand the meaning of Ziqin's words, but Man Shure and Wu Xie understood. Lu Zongqing's arrogant leader died instantly. Then Man Shure and Wu Xie rushed into the flock of sheep like two ferocious tigers and began to kill wantonly. Man Shure, what are you doing? Wu Xie, how dare you attack us? Such a shout rang out. However, at this moment, such a threat was simply too laughable in the ears of the others. They had already killed the leader. Could it be that they didn't dare to attack them? Not only did they attack, but they also had reinforcements. Gu Win and Gu Chong rushed over. As they rushed forward, the light between their hands changed. They were forming a formation. However, a beautiful figure was faster than the two of them. It was Shangguan Hong. She couldn't stand all kinds of behavior. At this moment, she couldn't stand Lu Zongqing's behavior. Therefore, at this moment, she completely disregarded her image and rushed towards the cultivators of Lu Zongqing. The crowd was already a little stunned by the sudden massacre of Hu Pingqing's group. However, in the next moment, when they saw that a beauty had actually joined in the massacre, their expressions became even more interesting. Dong Qing didn't hesitate to kill, but but she didn't mind releasing 1 or 2 king-level battle beasts. Although Gu Wei was Lu Guangqing's man, he was already on the same side as Ziqin and the others. Therefore, he also rushed over. Other than Ziqin, only Zhong Chui didn't move. The massacre in front continued. The surrounding robbers were very shocked and dumbfounded. Compared to their threat just now, the massacre here was too decisive. Why? Why are you courting death? Xueming sighed and left with his men. There were many experts here. He had to find his own people. The battle ended quickly. Of course, not everyone was killed. Some people ran away. However, the number of dead cultivators was more than 50%. Chapter 14:15. As Ziqin and the others left, the cultivators along the way gave way to them. As for the robbery, no one dared to mention it again. The group of cultivators who had stopped Ziqin and the others just now retreated far away when Manshur and the others started killing. They were afraid that Ziqin would come and find trouble with them again. At this moment, everyone believed that Ziqin and the others must have accumulated more than 1 million lucky points. This was a number that made people envious. It could be very useful, but no one dared to go forward at this moment. Are these people really from Huping City? Why are they so powerful? Every one of them is so fierce. Huping City has been in decline for thousands of years, but this time there are actually such powerful existences. You don't know, right? This time Huping City is very special. It is said that there are already others in Huping City who have ascended to a higher level. Discussions also sounded after Ziqin and the others left. Of course, there were still many people who went straight to the corpses. The people from Huping City did not clean up the battlefield, but they would not let go of this opportunity to clean up the battlefield. Along the way, Ziqin and the others saw the most battles, and the cause of all the battles was because of the lucky points. In the outside world, the lucky points that were not valued in the previous level were like delicious cakes in this place, and everyone was fighting for them. "Go and ask what the lucky points can be used for," said Ziqin when he saw another battlefield. "I'll go." Manshur stepped out and headed toward the battlefield. In the battlefield, both sides were fighting desperately, except for the 2 who were in the middle stage of the first domain realm. The others were in the early stage of the first domain realm. Manshur's sudden arrival also attracted the attention of the 2 forces. But they did not care because Manshur was not strong enough to affect the situation at all. Boom! However, in the next moment, a violent aura was released from Manshur's body. In this aura, there was also a crazy, murderous aura. After the cultivators from the 2 forces sensed it, their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Manshur warily. "Are you fighting to the death here for the lucky points?" Manshur came to the center of the battlefield and asked. The entire battlefield had stopped because of Manshur's arrival. The members of both sides looked at each other. They seemed to feel that Manshur was not to be trifled with and nodded one after another. "What's the use of having a bit of luck?" Manshur asked again. For a time, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the people from both sides. In this place, there were actually people who didn't know the use of luck points. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that the other party had just arrived at this level. Usually, such people would have accumulated a large number of luck points. There was a period of time in the past when they encountered many and gained many rewards. The 2 parties fighting had clearly guessed this point. After looking at each other from afar, there was a strange look in their eyes. "Hey, I'm asking you guys a question. What's the use of being a bit lucky?" Manshur shouted again. His expression gradually turned cold, and he seemed to be dissatisfied. The 2 groups looked at Manshur, after which they looked at the other people who were calmly waiting in the distance. The greedy thoughts in their hearts were finally dispelled. One of the leaders said, "There is a gathering place around 50,000 kilometers from here. There is a trading point there. The trading point is what the trading point needs." "Trading point? What's there?" Manshur asked. "Everything. The price ranges from a few dozen luck points to a few million each. As long as you can think of something, it's almost there. Man sure understood. He was more or less shocked. He didn't expect that there was nothing that couldn't be bought. Was there really such a place in this world? After asking for the direction of the gathering place, he waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand. I won't disturb you guys anymore. You guys continue." After saying that, Mansure turned and left. Seeing Mansure leave, the people from both sides looked at each other. The life and death battle was interrupted, just like that. Could they still continue? The answer was naturally no. Next, the people from both sides left this place as quickly as possible. Then they used an even faster speed to send messages to the other forces, saying that they had encountered a group of fat sheep. They had already determined that those people were fat sheep. However, they also guessed that these fat sheep were not easy to deal with. Therefore, they also sent messages to look for reinforcements. Once the reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't mind launching a surprise attack. When Mansure returned and told them everything, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Even Hammer was surprised by this development. A gathering place, a trading place. There's nothing that can't be bought. Could it be that there's even a void tree and a tear of life there? If that's the case, we really have to go take a look and see if we can exchange them for some good stuff, Chen said with a smile. The others also had curious looks on their faces. After that, they followed the directions and headed toward the gathering place. Along the way, they naturally saw one battle after another that was caused by luck points. During this time, they also encountered some ignorant people who targeted Chen and the others. However, they were destined to die miserably. Mansure and Wu Xia were both bloodthirsty people. They didn't care about the severity of their attacks. In response, Chen reminded them, "Be careful. Just hand over your luck points. Don't kill anymore. If they killed too many people, they would get bored. Moreover, these people didn't have to die." Along the way, Chen and the others also sealed their prefecture tokens. This way, they could prevent the other party from sensing their city. At the same time, they could also avoid a lot of trouble. After traveling for about 10,000 miles, Chen frowned and said, "We're being watched." Hammer nodded. Obviously, he had already noticed. "We're being watched." Mansure and Wu Xia were stunned. The two of them had been killing vigorously along the way and hadn't noticed that someone dared to treat them as prey. "Where is he? Let's go and kill him," Mansure said excitedly. "There's no rush. Let's see how many of them there are. It just so happens that we know how to use luck points. We can accumulate more while we're at it," Chen said calmly. He already had more than 2 million luck points, close to 3 million. Naturally, it was enough. However, the others didn't have that many luck points, since the gathering place could be used for trading, and the limit was from a few dozen to a few million. There would naturally be good stuff there. On the horizon, several figures appeared. They had already followed Chen and the others. At this moment, they once again watched as Chen and the others left until they disappeared at the end of their sight. Just the two of them are so fierce. I'm afraid that they've snatched nearly 50,000 luck points along the way. A cultivator couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, they naturally saw Mansure and Wu Xia fight. That kind of state they were in made them tremble with fear. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, we can basically be sure that they're fat sheep. However, they're very strong. We need the boss to deal with them personally. That's right. There are still a few people among them who haven't made a move. They don't look weak. Only the boss can deal with them personally. Spread the news. Tell the boss that we've found a fat sheep. These people were the people from the two sides who were fighting back then. After they spread the news, they followed. Previously, they were looking for reinforcements. After following for 10,000 miles, they realized that reinforcements were probably not enough. They had to inform the powerful existences in the other forces. When the news spread, the powerful existences sensed it and headed in this direction. Ziqin and the others were still moving forward. 100,000 miles wasn't a short distance. Flying Dharma artifacts couldn't be used in the outside world, so they could only rely on flying. Because they weren't in a hurry, Ziqin and the others didn't move quickly. 2 rays of light flashed across the sky like 2 shooting stars. Wherever the light passed, the cultivators along the way were surprised when they saw it. The light wasn't left behind by humans. Instead, it was a flying Dharma artifact produced in the Mana realm. It was very similar to the ones in the outside world, but it was faster. Only the trading point had it. This kind of flying Dharma artifact was very expensive. It usually cost more than 10,000 luck points. Only the leader of a city could have one. The 2 flying Dharma artifacts were in the shape of beasts. One was a ferocious tiger, and the other was a black, demonic leopard. At this moment, the tiger was chasing the demonic leopard into the distance. In an instant, they had traveled hundreds of miles. That's the divine tiger shuttle of Yongwang City. Yonkin bought it at a high price from Wu Demon City's Wu Fei. That demonic leopard should be the demonic leopard ship of Wu Demon City's Wu Fei. Cultivators discussed when they saw the light above their heads. When they saw the 2 flying Dharma artifacts disappear one after the other, they were also very surprised. They're coming one after the other. Are they fighting? That's impossible. Although the 2 cities don't have a good relationship, the leaders have never attacked each other. It seems like they found something and are going together. I've discovered that almost all the areas here have been searched. It's almost impossible to find another opportunity here. What could possibly be here that would catch the attention of the 2 of you? For them to come out, other than an opportunity, it should be luck. I heard that the people from the 2 forces have been wandering around the periphery. Could it be that they found some fat sheep? As if they had guessed the intentions of the leaders on the 2 flying Dharma artifacts, the other cultivators followed the flying Dharma artifacts. Some people also took out some cheap flying Dharma artifacts and followed closely. Ziqin and the others flew for more than 10,000 miles. Finally, the people who followed them couldn't bear it anymore. With a loud shout, they flew over from all directions. The 2 forces are doing business. Those who are not involved should leave quickly. Get lost. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. When these cultivators arrived, they shouted one after another. Within their encirclement, there were also some cultivators fighting on a small scale. When they suddenly saw hundreds of powerful cultivators appear from all directions, they were scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled. Ziqin and the others stood in the air, quietly looking at these cultivators, waiting to be surrounded. Their expressions were calm from beginning to end. Only Man Shi and Wu Xia had worried faces. There are so many people. How can we kill them all? Man Shi scratched his head and said worriedly. Chapter 1416. This was the 5th floor of the Tongyu Tower. The area here was not as big as the 9th floor. In addition, the top-ranked cities had already broken through and arrived here. This led to almost all the opportunities in this area being plundered clean. The earliest cultivators had already left this world and went to a higher world. However, there were still some cultivators who chose to stay here. The reason they chose to stay was very simple. The things traded here were enough to arm them to the teeth. At that time, they would consider whether to leave or not. This led to the fact that most of the people in this area were human forces. They gathered together and snatched each other's luck points. These people were intertwined like the dense roots of a big tree. Once there was any movement in this area, they would be the first to know. The cultivators of Lu Zongqing were slaughtered. This was a small matter, a very small matter, because in this area, everything that had nothing to do with luck points was a small matter, and everything related to luck points was a big matter. Therefore, the matter of Lu Zongqing being slaughtered was almost completely ignored. However, the news that Demon Wu City and Perpetual Moon City had mobilized all their forces and were suspected to have found a big, fat sheep spread almost everywhere during this period of time. As a result, When Zichen and the others were surrounded by hundreds of cultivators, more figures appeared in the distance. These people were all watching from afar. After some of them saw Manshur, Wuxia, and the others, their expressions became serious. At the same time, they expected that this would be a very difficult battle. I've seen those people before. At the entrance, they slaughtered a large team. They're very strong. They've just arrived here. It's true that they're fat sheep, but they're also a difficult bone to chew. If Yong Can and Wu Fei want to take them down, I'm afraid they'll suffer great losses. The group was surrounded. After Manshur saw some familiar faces in the group, he raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "So it's you guys who are following us?" Those people's hearts skipped a beat. They didn't expect that their tracking, which they thought was very covert, would have been discovered long ago. In fact, they didn't know that their little concealment methods were simply a joke in the eyes of Zichen and the others. "Is your leader not here yet?" Under Zichen's instructions, Wu Xie asked. "Our boss isn't here yet, but we can still deal with you. Hand over your luck points, and we can spare your lives." A cold shout came from the crowd. Wu Xie curled his lips in disdain and said, "Hurry up and inform your boss to come over, or I will beat you to death." What arrogance! An angry voice came from the crowd. However, anger was anger, and no one dared to step forward. When the cultivators in the distance saw that these people were still so arrogant despite being surrounded, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Xueming had already contacted the experts from his family. Furthermore, he had also arrived at the scene. When he saw the people who were surrounded, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "What? Do you know them?" Beside Xueming, a man in black armor who looked very similar to Xueming said. Xueming said, "I do. The passage on our floor was opened by their leader." "Oh, to be able to open the passage, it seems that he is not weak. What will the result of your battle with him be?" The black-armored man asked with interest. Xueming shook his head and said, "I am not his match." The man smiled and asked, "That's interesting. Do you think they can survive the siege of two big cities?" Xueming looked ahead, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "If these two cities don't send a few powerful existences, then these hundreds of cultivators will have to consider how to escape." "What? Escape? Hundreds of people escape?" The black-armored man was obviously stunned. "They are very strong. One of them is a war spirit. He only used 3 moves to cut off one of my arms. As for the other one, although he is a human, he is very mysterious. We have been together for a long time, but I have never been able to see through him." Xueming said in a deep voice. As Xueming's elder brother, he was naturally aware of Xueming's methods. At this moment, after hearing Xueming's evaluation, his expression became a lot more solemn. However, he did not mind. Instead, he said, "The two of them might be very strong, but there are 2 leaders in those 2 cities with very strong battle strength. As long as the 2 of them come, it would be a matter of minutes for a few hundred people to slaughter this group." Xueming nodded and did not continue to argue. However, he understood that if the people who came were not existences comparable to higher life forms, it would be useless no matter how many of them came. 2 flying artifacts appeared in the sky as streaks of light shot through the sky. Zichen said nonchalantly as he looked at the flying artifacts that stopped steadily in the air. "Like I said, this world definitely has a tool that can be used for transportation. Look at that. It's quite nice. It's a tiger. Our Huping city has a tiger as well. It's very compatible with us." Wu Xie smiled when he heard that. An evil light flickered in his eyes. He said, "Since they've come to give us something, we need to be more polite." Zichen nodded with a smile. "That's right. Harmony is the most important thing." 2 groups of people walked out from the flying artifacts. The 2 leaders were Yong Can and Wu Fei. Both of them wore specially made battle armors that covered almost every part of their bodies. Only their eyes, nose, and mouth were exposed. The 2 of them were dressed the same, but the auras they exuded were completely different. Even the color of their battle armors were different. Yong Ken's body released a cold aura. His armor was silver, dazzling and eye-catching. Wu Fei's armor was black. The black light was like the pure, demonic aura of the demon clan. Wu Fei's eyes also released a faint red light. The two of them had a grudge against each other, but now was not the time to settle it. So, after nodding slightly, their gazes landed on Zi Chen's group of 7. Immediately after, a cultivator came up and whispered in their ears, "What, 1,000,000 luck points?" Hearing this number, even though the two of them were the leaders, they were still stunned. 1,000,000 luck points might not have been much in the past, but after the various transactions had ended and the experts from various forces had left, 1,000,000 luck points had become an extremely huge number. If it was given to a person, 1,000,000 luck points would definitely make them undergo earth-shaking changes. It would not be impossible for them to be reborn. The two groups of people landed 100 meters away from Zi Chen's group. Next to Wu Fei, a cultivator shouted, "I heard that you have more than 1,000,000 luck points combined. Is this true?" Wu Xia, who had stepped forward, did not answer the question. He pointed to the tiger-shaped flying artifact in the sky and said, "Are you here to give us something? That thing is very good. We'll accept it, and thank you." The cultivators were stunned when they heard this. What arrogance! Surrounded by so many people, they dared to say that they had their eyes on Yong Can's flying artifact. None of the people present were fools. The other party only had 9 people, but they did not panic in the face of hundreds of people. Their expressions did not change. It was obvious that they had some tricks up their sleeves. Yong Can's eyes swept past Wu Xia and landed on Zi Chen. Looking at the calm face of Zi Chen, Yong Can said indifferently, "If you want a flying artifact, it's really easy. You can take it if you're strong enough." Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, we have a lot of luck points. If you're strong enough, we can give them all to you." Wu Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "How much is a lot?" "So much that it'll give you a shock," Zi Chen said indifferently. Zi Chen's calmness made the two of them a little uncertain. After looking at each other, they saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. "Do you plan to attack by force or kill by yourself?" Zi Chen asked. "What do you mean by kill by yourself?" Yongkin asked. Attacking by force was naturally ganging up on them. He knew that, so he asked about killing by himself. It's to find a few strong existences to fight with each other. The winner will leave. Zi Chen paused and said, "How about this? Our side will take out 1,000,000 luck points, and the two of you only need to take out 250,000 luck points each, plus the 2 items in the sky. If I lose the battle, you can take the 1,000,000 luck points. If you lose, we'll take the items." As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, it caused a small commotion. This was considered a gambling fight, and the two forces had a big advantage. After all, if they won, they would get 1,000,000 luck points, but if they lost, they would only lose a few 100,000. However, since the other party dared to propose a fight, they were naturally very confident in their own battle strength. "How do we fight?" Wu Fei asked, but did not say whether he agreed or not. Zi Chen said indifferently, "It's very simple. If it's one-on-one, we'll only fight and not kill. The 2 of you will fight against the 2 people in my team, and one of them is me. However, if it's 2-on-1, then I'll fight against the 2 of you, but I'll kill." An uproar broke out all around, and the expressions of the 2 leaders changed. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. One must know that the other party was only at the mid-corporeal realm, but he dared to shamelessly say that he would fight 1-on-2 in front of the 2 of them, and even arrogantly say that he would kill. In the distance, the others also felt that this corporeal realm expert was too arrogant. One must know that Zi Chen's cultivation was the lowest among all of them. How arrogant! Xue Ming's brother could not help but laugh. "He's not fooling around. He has the strength," Xue Ming said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with anticipation. The other party was taken aback when he heard this. He looked forward again and saw Zi Chen's calm eyes. After hearing his brother's words, he said with some anticipation, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 1417. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the crowd. His tone was so arrogant. Was he really strong, or was he just brainless? The faces of the two leaders were already very pale, but as leaders, they were not brainless people. Zichen's few words did not completely enrage them. They looked at Zichen and stared at Zichen. Then they found that Zichen's expression was very calm and his tone was very serious. In other words, he did not mean to provoke them. He was just stating a fact. He was really strong. How strong? The two looked at each other and saw doubt and determination in each other's eyes. Both of them took a step forward with firm will. An uproar broke out again. Could it be that these two leaders were actually going to gang up on him? After the uproar, Yongkan took a step back. Wu Fei looked at Zichen and said seriously, "Please advise me." The word "please" meant that he had completely ignored Zichen's realm and put Zichen in the same position as him. "Let me." Wu Xia had the urge to step forward. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Let's end this quickly." After saying that, he walked forward. With one step, thunder rumbled in Zichen's body. With the second step, his body began to emit a bright silver light and surging lightning. With another step, a dazzling Xingqian appeared in front of Zichen's heart. This Xingqian seemed to be formed by endless lightning power. The Xingqian condensed in front of his heart. Violent power surged around Zichen's body, and his physical strength also broke through to the domain realm at this moment. In the distance, everyone held their breaths. After seeing the change in Zichen, their faces were full of shock. The power around Zichen was very violent, but his eyes and expression were incomparably calm. Under Wu Fei's guarded state, he walked towards him and clenched his fist. Silver lightning flowed like water, converging towards Zichen's fist. Thunder rumbled continuously, and the fist was full of violent lightning power. One star, Thunder King fist. Zichen's lips moved as a thunderous roar rang out, after which his tightly clenched fist punched forward. He punched out, dazzling lightning flashed, and a domineering fist aura appeared. Wu Fei sensed a powerful threat from this punch. He roared as black light swirled around his body. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand like a demonic weapon. His long saber was without a sheath. He held it tightly in his hand and slashed at the fist radiance. The silver lightning and the pitch-black demonic light collided. The instant the sound of an explosion rang out, the two lights were locked in a stalemate as they collided. Like a violent flood rushing towards a dam, the silver light submerged the demonic light in a few breaths' time, dispersing the demonic light and then moving towards Wu Fei. Black light swirled around Wu Fei's body, forming layer after layer of defenses. However, these defenses were instantly shattered by the fist light. Then the fist light struck Wu Fei, and boundless power surged towards the battle armor around his body. In the next moment, Wu Fei lost control of his body and flew backward. This time, he flew for hundreds of meters. After stabilizing his body, he looked at Zichen with a face full of shock. The surroundings were also silent. Everyone looked at Zichen in disbelief. They did not expect that he would be able to send Wu Fei flying with a single punch. Crack! A crisp sound resounded in the silent sky. It was the weapon in Wu Fei's hand that broke into two. The shock in his eyes also turned into horror after seeing his weapon break. Gasps could be heard all around. How strong was his physical strength to break a domain weapon with a single punch? Zichen's body flashed with lightning. He stood indifferently in the air like a war god. He looked at Wu Fei and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Wu Fei looked at Zichen, and his shocked expression gradually turned bitter. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. This time I admit defeat." Wu Fei's statement represented the attitude of Demon Wu City. Although the cultivators of Demon Wu City could not accept this result, None of them had the intention to go against Wu Fei. Zi Chen looked at Yong Can. The latter looked at Zi Chen with a grave expression, but he was not afraid. He looked at Zi Chen and said seriously, "If that punch was your strongest move, then you can't kill me." Zi Chen looked at Yong Can and said indifferently, "If I want to kill you, one move is enough." As soon as he finished speaking, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. Zi Chen's attitude clearly indicated that his next move would be stronger than the previous one, and it would be much stronger. At this moment, Zi Chen was like an invincible war god. Yong Can was still a little hesitant. Zi Chen held the scabbard in his left hand, glanced at the two, and said, "I'm in a hurry. You can come at me together." Wu Fei smiled bitterly and said, "I've already admitted defeat. How can I still fight?" As he spoke, he waved his hand toward the sky. The demonic leopard flying Dharma artifact fell and shrunk into his hand. At the same time, a ball of light appeared in his left hand. He said, "Here are 250,000 luck points and this flying Dharma artifact." Zi Chen nodded slightly. Manshur chuckled and walked toward Wu Fei. He took the items without hesitation and said, "You're not bad. You're very far-sighted. If we really fought to the death, I'd probably be collecting your corpse by the time I came." Wu Fei's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. Since Wu Fei had admitted defeat, it was meaningless for Yong Can to fight alone. Moreover, Zi Chen's long saber was a great threat to him. "How should I address you, sir?" Yong Can asked. Clearly, this was the precursor to admitting defeat. "Huping City, Zi Chen said indifferently. "Huping City." Yong Can's face was filled with astonishment. Huping City was the laughingstock of Shantian Prefecture. No one put this city in their eyes. Since when did the people of Huping City become so ferocious? That's right, the people of Huping City are going to rise. This time, many experts have appeared in Huping City. It is said that before this, there was already a man and a woman. The two of them are very strong and have defeated many experts. A voice came from the crowd. "I heard about it too. That man and woman's battle prowess is very strong, but their cultivation realms aren't high. Even the cultivators from the top-ranked cities don't dare to casually provoke the two of them. It is said that someone mocked them and was killed on the spot. The one who died was even the leader of a certain power. Hundreds of people from Yanbo Castle were all killed by a young man from Huping City. Not a single one was left alive. Gradually, there were many discussions about Huping City. All right, we, Yong Can, will remember what happened today." Yong Can finally admitted defeat. "It's good that you remember. I'll wait for you to get back at me," Zi Chen replied indifferently. Wu Xia saw the situation and also stepped forward. Then he waved his hand at Yong Can. His meaning was obvious. Yong Can was very sullen, but there was nothing he could do. He could only take out his luck points and recall the flying artifact. At the same time, he gave it to Wu Xia reluctantly. What was this? They came all the way here and brought enough people. They came with great momentum, but they did not make a single move. Instead, they lost their luck points and flying artifact. This was not a big deal. The real thing was that they lost face. It was the face of Yong Can and Wu Demon City. However, the situation forced them to do so. Although I did not see the scene of blood flowing like a river, he was able to shock Wu Fei with just one punch and make Yong Can submit. This is enough to prove that he is extraordinary. Xueming's brother, the black-armored man, also sighed. But then again, Zi Chen's punch was indeed very strong. This result was unexpected. However, Zi Chen's punch was indeed amazing. This matter was destined to become a topic of discussion for some time. Some of the more observant people also understood that the reason why the two of them had submitted was not only because Zi Chen was indeed very strong, but also because once the battle started, even if they won, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, the spectators in the distance would turn into robbers and steal the lives of the remaining people from the two factions. One should know that this was the Manor realm and there were no rules. In this place, even the cultivators of Shantian City, the #1 city, would be killed because of conflicts of interest. Zi Chen gave one of the 2 flying artifacts to Hammer, and the latter did not hesitate. Zi Chen directly refined the tiger-shaped artifact. After a short period of adaptation, he gestured for the others to go up. Then, the tiger-shaped artifact turned into a stream of light and flew toward the gathering place. Since the 2 forces retreated, the others naturally did not dare to stop them. They could only watch as they left. The show was over, and the crowd had to disperse. Yongkan walked toward Wu Fei with a look of dissatisfaction. Wu Fei had admitted defeat too decisively. This decisiveness was more like a spineless coward. Wu Fei, what's wrong with you? You used to be very unyielding. I don't think you're someone who gives in so easily. Even if Zi Chen is really strong, he can't be stronger than all of us combined. Yongkan walked up to Wu Fei and began to criticize him. Uffed. However, Wu Fei, who did not respond, could not take it anymore. He coughed up blood, and after coughing up blood, his face became extremely pale. Wu Fei, you. Yongkan was clearly stunned. In the distance, cultivators from Demon Wu City rushed over to check on Wu Fei's injuries. He's very strong, much stronger than you think. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we can't beat him, Wu Fei said coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A punch that could shatter a domain weapon and make Wu Fei cough up blood was naturally very strong. At this moment, Yongkan finally understood why Wu Fei admitted defeat so quickly and so thoroughly. It was not because he was spineless, but because he knew when to advance and when to retreat. In less than a moment, news came from the outside. It said that the people of Huping City had slaughtered the cultivators of Liuzong City. Only 7 people attacked, and the other 2 did not. One of them was Zi Chen. When Yongkan heard this, his face turned pale. Then he thought of something and said, "Let's go back to the gathering place." Wu Fei also understood and led his people back. Chapter 1418. The gathering place was like a huge fortress, and they could see the traces of many humans from afar. This should be a no-fly zone. After many cultivators arrived, they would descend from the sky and walk towards the fortress. In the sky, seeing the people coming and going from the fortress in the distance, Gowen said in a deep voice, "That's a formation." His younger brother, Go Chong, added, "A very powerful formation." Almost every encampment had a large formation. This had become common knowledge, so no one was surprised. Outside the fortress, there were traces of battle spirits in addition to humans. The reason why both sides could live in harmony was probably because of the deterrence effect of the large formation. The group approached, descended from the sky, and walked forward. Along the way, some cultivators' gazes fell on the 2 beautiful ladies in the group. There were no guards at the entrance. There was only something that looked like a notice hanging on the city wall. It was very eye-catching and emitted a bright light. Everyone who came here could see it. There were only a few words on it, and it explained the rules that needed to be followed after entering this place. The rules were also very simple. Humans were prohibited from fighting with battle spirits. Seeing this rule, Zi Chen and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Could it be that this place only protected battle spirits and not humans? Based on the literal interpretation, it was obvious that fighting with battle spirits was prohibited, but fighting between humans was not prohibited. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment and doubt. However, Zi Chen and the rest did not linger and entered the stronghold. From the outside, the fortress did not look big, but there were many humans and battle spirits inside. As soon as they entered, they saw rows of extremely neat trading places. Almost all of the trading places were occupied by battle spirits. In front of them were some items that were waiting to be sold. Let's go and see if everything is available here. Wu Xia was a little tempted and walked up first. Manshur and the others followed behind. These are realm soldiers. They only cost a few hundred luck points. When they arrived at the first stall, they saw a battle spirit selling realm soldiers. The price was not high at all compared to the others. There were even some realm soldiers that only cost a few dozen luck points. Domain armaments are simply too worthless here. That's right, they only cost a few dozen luck points to buy one. Everyone shook their heads and joked as they prepared to leave. Beside Ziqin, Shang Guanhong looked at the domain soldiers and said, "I want all of your domain soldiers." Everyone was astonished when they heard this. Even the battle spirit stall owner raised his head and glanced at Shang Guanhong. His eyes were clearly filled with astonishment. One had to understand that even though his position was at the top, the things he sold were all not good and could be considered to be of the lowest quality. Meanwhile, in this place, who didn't have a domain weapon. Thus, his transaction volume was not that great. "You want all of them?" The battle spirit stall owner asked in disbelief. Shang Guanhong's beautiful eyes were smiling as she nodded her head in affirmation. "Shang Guanhong, what do you need these domain soldiers for?" "I recall that you have quite a few domain soldiers with you," Manshur asked curiously. The others were puzzled as well. Naturally, Ziqin was no exception. Shang Guanhong glanced at everyone and smiled. "My family runs a business, so we naturally have to bring these things back to use. Don't think that realm weapons are cheap here, but they are very valuable in the outside world. Moreover, we will need resources for cultivation in the future, so we can bring them back and exchange them for resources outside." Everyone couldn't help but look admiring when they heard this. Amazing, as expected of a merchant. "You have such foresight," Wu Xie praised. Unfortunately, Shang Guanhong wasn't looking at him. Instead, she was looking at Ziqin. Ziqin nodded and said, "In that case, we do need resources. The domain soldiers are nothing here, but if we bring them back, we should be able to sell them for a very satisfactory price." Ziqin and the others didn't say this behind the battle spirit stall owner's back. Not only him, but the other stall owners and human cultivators not far away also heard this. Almost all the humans here were in the domain realm and were naturally extremely intelligent. However, why didn't anyone think like Shang Guanhong? It wasn't that they couldn't think of it, but that the most important task of people in this world was to equip themselves and keep themselves alive. Every luck point they had would be spent on strengthening themselves. However, the others agreed with Shang Guanhong's words. Clearly, this group of people was strong and didn't need to deliberately improve themselves. Or rather, they had a lot of luck points. Next, Shang Guanhong bought all the domain soldiers on the stall owner's body. There were more than 30 of them. After purchasing the domain armaments, that war spirit turned around and left, leaving the stall empty. Following that, another war spirit stepped forward and began to display more domain armaments for sale. Ziqin and the others left under the expectant gaze of the stall owner. They had a lot of luck points, but they weren't stupid enough to buy all the domain soldiers. After all, they also needed to improve their strength. Then the group went forward again and walked through several stalls. "What are these?" "They're domain soldiers, but they cost thousands of luck points." Manshur walked up to a stall owner and asked, "King-level spiritual weapons." The stall owner glanced at Manshur and said indifferently. Manshur was shocked when he heard this. Sure enough, they really saw something good. Ziqin's saber and Dragon Soul Spear were both king-level spiritual weapons. He didn't expect to see king-level spiritual weapons as soon as he arrived. King-level spiritual weapons had weapon souls, so they were naturally more powerful than domain soldiers. Their prices were also more than 100 times more expensive. "Let's take a look. If there's one that suits us, we can buy a few," Ziqin said as he looked at the shining king-level spiritual weapons. Apart from him, the others all had domain soldiers. However, there were very few king-level spiritual weapons. There were almost none that suited them. Since they could exchange for them here, they naturally couldn't miss it. The group began to size up the king-level spiritual weapons and choose the ones they liked. Shang Guanhong saw a long sword that emitted green light. The weapon's soul was a plant. It was very rare. This king-level spiritual weapon is priced at 10,000, the stall owner said indifferently. This price was much higher than the other king-level spiritual weapons. However, Shang Guanhong didn't hesitate. Her eyes were unique. Naturally, she could tell that this king-level spiritual weapon was extraordinary. Okay, I'll buy it. She nodded in agreement. Following that, after walking through more than a dozen stalls, she took a fancy to another battle armor. Her defense was indeed weaker than Zi Chen and the others. Even if the price of the battle armor was very high, she didn't hesitate to buy it. With both attack and defense, Shang Guanhong's gains were not small. However, the others' gains were also very great. Here, it really proved that there was only one thing that couldn't be thought of, but there was nothing that couldn't be bought. Just the king-level spiritual weapons alone were very diverse and strange. Even the weapon souls were different. Even the arrogant Zi Chen found a good item here. It was a half-finger glove that emitted lightning. It was refined from a special lightning-attributed stone. In addition, there was also a lightning-attributed exotic beast sealed in it. It was called the Thunder Beast. Such a glove, together with the Thunder King physique, could greatly increase Zi Chen's battle strength. Zi Chen and the others unscrupulously bought everything that caught their eye. The feeling of treating luck points like dirt left many human cultivators dumbfounded. Who are they? Where did they come from? They actually have so many luck points. How many luck points did they spend in total? It should be at least 100,000. 100,000. In total, the number of luck points they have is almost 200,000. The humans in the distance looked at Zi Chen and the others enviously. They used the huge amount of luck points to arm themselves to the extreme. Hundreds of thousands of luck points were spent, and everyone's battle strength had increased by a large margin. After walking past the weapons section, Zi Chen and the rest arrived at the battle skill section. In this section, glowing balls were displayed one after another in the stalls. In front of each glowing ball, there was an introduction of the glowing ball. Battle skills. These are all king-level battle skills. There are also king-level formations. Seeing these battle skills, everyone's eyes lit up. There were hundreds of stalls here. Zi Chen and the others had only walked through a few dozen of them, but they already found king-level battle skills. And it was obvious that the further they went, the better the items were. He looked at the many stalls behind him with anticipation in his eyes. Perhaps he would find some strange things that had helped him to break through here. Zi Chen came in front of a stall and lowered his head to look at the light balls. There was a light ball that exuded an extremely strong aura of life. Zi Chen looked at the introductions in front of the light ball curiously. Mu Xian sword. Level 1 Upper King level battle skill. Using the heart to control the sword. The attribute is wood. Looking at the introduction of Mu Xian sword, Zi Chen was very surprised. Although it was only one sword move, it was very powerful and very suitable for Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong, come and take a look at this. Zi Chen said to Shang Guanhong, who was not far away. What? Shang Guanhong walked over. After seeing the introduction of Mu Xian's sword, her eyes lit up. Mu Xian's sword originally had 9 moves. It is very powerful, but unfortunately it has been lost. This is only the first move, and it is also the weakest move. It is considered a beginner skill. The battle spirit stall owner introduced. If that's the case, then it's considered an incomplete skill. Zi Chen and Shang Guanhong were both surprised. It is indeed incomplete. If you are lucky enough to go to a higher level, you may find something else. The battle spirit stall owner said. Although it was an incomplete skill, its power was not weak. Moreover, the stall owner did not ask for a high price, so Shang Guanhong bought it without hesitation. Along the way, Zi Chen also discovered that the prices of all the items here were very reasonable. Moreover, the items here were all genuine. It could be considered an honest transaction, and there was no cheating. After Shang Guanhong bought Mu Xian sword, She saw a few other battle skills one after another and bought them all. Man, sure, wuxia! And the others were all smiling. Obviously, they had gained a lot. Zi Chen, come and take a look. There is a skill here that is very suitable for you. Dong Qing's voice came from another stall. Suitable for me? What skill? Zi Chen walked up curiously. Then, beside Dong Qing, he saw the introduction of the skill. Chapter 1419. Seeing the words gradeless, Zi Chen was also subconsciously stunned. His saber drawing technique was a gradeless technique, and its power was obvious to all. Currently, it was one of Zi Chen's most powerful offensive techniques. As for the gradeless technique in front of him, just by hearing the name, it was obvious that it was related to lightning. In front of the light ball, there was no more detailed introduction of the technique. There were only a few words, but the price was 100,000 luck points, which was more than 10 times higher than other techniques. This was the most expensive technique Zi Chen had seen along the way. There are the words Thunder King on it. It should be very suitable for you. Dong Qing stood beside Zi Chen and said while looking at the light ball. Within the halo released by the light sphere, there were flashes of lightning. The stall owner was a battle spirit. He sat there cross-legged and had no intention of standing up to welcome them. Zi Chen looked at the light ball and nodded. He had once told a few people that he had obtained a Thunder Clan body tempering technique. This technique is indeed very suitable for you. An indifferent voice sounded from Zi Chen's side. Hammer heard the voice and walked over. It suits me very well. Zi Chen turned to look at Hammer. To be precise, it's very suitable for cultivators with lightning power. However, you have the Thunder Clan body tempering technique. Once you learn this fist technique, its power will be greater. Hammer pointed at the light ball and said, I know a person who knows this fist technique. I've seen him use it, and it's very powerful. It's said that he paid a high price to obtain this fist technique. Here, you can get it for just 100,000 luck points. It's a huge profit. When the others heard the discussion here, they were all a little dumbfounded. 100,000 luck points was just a small amount. How rich did one have to be to call it a small amount? I'll buy it. Zi Chen bought it without hesitation. In front of them, in addition to this light ball, there were a few others that looked extraordinary. However, after Zi Chen gave the stall owner 100,000 luck points, the stall owner directly closed up and stood up. It seemed that he was going to leave. Hey, I still want to see other things. You're not going to do business? Dong Qing said in surprise. I have enough luck points. The transaction is over, the stall owner said calmly. Where are you going? Dong Qing asked curiously. Zhan Ling pointed at the top of his head and said, Up 1 level. After he finished speaking, he packed up his stall and left. Along the way, no one dared to stop them. War spirits also need to abide by the rules here. As members of Tongyu Tower, if they want to enter another floor, they will be limited by their luck points. Hammer, who is also a war spirit, said, Why do they want to go to the other level? Is it to increase their strength? Jiao Wei, who had just arrived, asked, Increasing our strength is one of the reasons. The other reason is because we want to leave this place. Although this place appears to be infinitely big, it is actually just like a cage. No one is willing to be trapped here. There was a hint of melancholy in Hammer's words. Although he wasn't a battle spirit from Tongyu Tower, he was a battle spirit from the Manor Domain. Tongyu Tower was a cage, but so was the Manor Domain. Everyone was still arming themselves and spending a huge amount of luck points. This caused the surrounding cultivators to be dumbfounded. How many luck points did they spend? From the looks of it, it should be around 500,000. 500,000? You must have just arrived. The number has already exceeded 500,000. It's almost 1,000,000 now. What, 1,000,000? Similar discussions and exclamations could be heard from behind. Even the leaders of some factions weren't so rich as to spend such a huge amount of money. How arrogant. Don't they know that they shouldn't show off their wealth? Looking at how indifferent they are, they must have a lot of luck points on them. Amidst the exclamations, Some people had other thoughts in their minds. Ziqin and the others continued to move forward. The value of the items they saw became higher and higher. The items were naturally good, but it was a pity that they couldn't use them. Hey, there are elixirs and spiritual liquids here. After passing through the battle skills area, they arrived at the elixirs area. There were many elixirs here, and their medicinal effects were different. Then they saw the familiar king-level origin vitality liquid. It was a life-saving item, and its value was very high. Each drop was worth 5,000 luck points. This is good stuff. Let's buy more. Zichun and the others gathered here, looking at the king-level origin vitality liquid, and said, Man sure said to the stall owner, Give me 20 drops of this king-level origin vitality liquid. 1 drop was worth 5,000 luck points, and 20 drops were worth 100,000 luck points. Obviously, it was another big deal. I only have 10 drops, said the stall owner. Man sure glared at him and said, 10 drops? Do you think I'm stupid? There must be more than 20 drops of king-level origin vitality liquid here. I only sell 10 drops, said the stall owner again. Man sure was about to get angry, but Zichun waved his hand. The rules here were as such. No one could do anything to battle spirits. If there were no rules, these rich battle spirit stall owners would have been chopped up by those humans long ago. After the transaction, the stall owner turned and left. But before he left, he looked at Zichun and the others and said, I still need the rest to save my life. In this world, battle spirits were not restricted. They could fight with humans, and they could also explore. Naturally, they could die. Humph. Man sure snorted coldly, feeling angry. This is really a strange place. Zichun shook his head. Then they tried to get some more king-level origin vitality liquid. In this way, more battle spirit stall owners left. The other stall owners who followed them did not have any king-level origin vitality liquid to sell. Looks like we're late. Many stall owners should have left earlier. Maybe we missed some good stuff, said Shangguanhong. Let's go over there and take a look. There were many cultivators gathered in front of them. They seemed to be looking at something, and exclamations could be heard from time to time. What kind of broken thing is this? It's asking for 1,000,000 luck points. TSK, it's so broken, but it's asking for 1,000,000 luck points. I used to think these battle spirits were very reliable, but it seems that they're just SOSO. Some cultivators shook their heads with a sarcastic look on their faces. This weapon is riddled with holes. Although the workmanship is exquisite and the materials are good, it has lost its power after the passage of time. This thing is no different from a piece of junk, and you're asking for 1,000,000? A seemingly knowledgeable cultivator shook his head and commented, If someone wants to buy this broken thing, I'm willing to give them all my luck points. Tisk, how many luck points can you have? The crowd discussed animatedly, but the stall owners were unmoved. Zichun and the others walked over. Some people recognized them as big customers and made way for them. At the same time, some people laughed. Make way. There's a big customer who doesn't lack luck points. These people spend a lot. Maybe they'll really buy it if they're happy. Faced with such teasing, Zichun frowned slightly. Mansure and the others also looked angry. Then they saw the thing in front of the stall. It was a black sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was riddled with holes, as if it had been eaten by insects. Moreover, there was a lot of rust on its surface. It looked like an antique, but it was a useless antique. There was no energy fluctuation on the sledgehammer. Even when Zichun released his spiritual sense, there was no abnormality. There was only one introduction in front of the sledgehammer. A lousy sledgehammer is worth 1,000,000. Seeing these words, Zichun could not help but laugh. Hey, you're a battle spirit. You know it's a lousy sledgehammer, but you're still asking for 1,000,000. Are you just here to occupy it? Mansure could not help but ask with a smile. Wu Xia also said, There's no energy fluctuation on this lousy sledgehammer, and has been severely damaged. It might have been worth a lot in the past, but now it's not worth a single luck point. Did you hear that? Even they won't buy it. No one will buy it. I say, battle spirit, you'd better pack up. Don't waste this good place. A lousy sledgehammer worth $1 million? Are you sure you're not here to be funny? After hearing Man's sure and Wu Xia's evaluation, the others could not help but laugh. Seemingly provoked, the stall owner opened his mouth and said, "Even if you don't like it, someone will. Whoever takes a fancy to this thing is a fool. Even a fool won't like it, because a fool doesn't have that many luck points. Maybe you'll meet someone who is both foolish and has a lot of luck points." While the crowd was still joking around, Zichen's eyebrows slightly furrowed. This was because he felt an unusual aura beside him. As he turned his head, he saw that the expression in Zhong Chue's eyes when he looked at the large hammer had become extremely strange. "I'll buy it." An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. The expressions of the people who were still laughing froze in the next moment. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw a black-robed man. He was one of the people who did not lack money. After Sledgehammer opened his mouth, he laughed loudly. Although it's a lousy sledgehammer, 1 million luck points is still worth it. After saying that, Sledgehammer ignored the shocked expressions of the others and directly took out 1 million luck points. After taking the luck points, the stall owner turned around and left without saying anything. You, apart from Zichin, the others looked at Sledgehammer in astonishment. As for those who were making fun of the sledgehammer, they were all stunned by Sledgehammer's actions. At the same time, they were thinking, could it be that a fool with more luck had really come? However, only a small portion of people had such thoughts. More people subconsciously thought that this lousy sledgehammer might have other uses. "This was my weapon when I was alive." Mang Chong carefully picked up the battered hammer, after which he carefully rubbed it. As he rubbed it, the rust began to fall off one after another. After a moment, the sledgehammer emitted a black luster, and traces of pressure were emitted from the sledgehammer. Just as everyone was surprised by the sledgehammer's change, a shout rang out from afar. Chapter 1420. An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. 2 million luck points was a truly sky-high price. More than 99% of the human cultivators and battle spirits who came to this level could not obtain such a sum of luck points. Heavy Hammer had spent 1 million luck points to buy a hammerhead, which was already shocking enough. Moreover, he did not have many luck points left to buy this item. Just like the battle spirit giant axe had held a huge axe in his hand, Hammer had also had an extremely powerful weapon when he was in the Manor Realm. That was his hammer. Hammer's hammer. However, after awakening, Hammer's weapon was no longer with him, and he was only using a substandard sledgehammer that he had accidentally obtained. At this moment, when he saw his weapon, he remembered more things from his previous life and bought the weapon back. The rust on the sledgehammer was completely removed, and it could see the light of day again. A wave of pressure was naturally released, and this pressure was even stronger than some king-grade spirit weapons. One could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. The others exclaimed, thinking that Hammer had picked up a treasure. However, only Zichin knew that if someone else were to hold this hammer, it would still be useless. It was like his scabbard, which could only be controlled and used by people who knew the saber-drawing technique. Hammer, who had spent 1 million luck points in an instant, was the focus of everyone's discussion. However, because of this exclamation, everyone's attention was diverted. At this moment, everyone gathered in front of the battle spirit stall owner who had just appeared. There was only one item in front of him, but the price was 2 million. Looking at the indifferent and even mocking expressions of the people around him, it was obvious that the item was still useless. This is too lousy. It's even worse than the black sledgehammer just now. No matter what, he was selling a weapon. What are you selling? It's just a little bit of power. If you want, I can give you 10 or even 100 times the power. TSK, fortunately, this place has a protective effect on battle spirits. Otherwise, I believe you'll definitely be beaten to death for your actions. My own power is tens of thousands, and it's not worth a single luck point. However, you dare to sell it for a high price of 2 million with just a little bit. Hearing these discussions, Zichen and the others could tell that the other party was selling some kind of power. Let's go over and take a look. Out of curiosity, Zichen and the others also walked over. Seeing these people walking over, some people couldn't help but have strange expressions on their faces, thinking that these people wouldn't also want to buy, right? However, this thought flashed through his mind as no one would be foolish enough to spend 2 million luck points to buy a little bit of useless power. Just like before, Zichen and the others stepped forward, and the crowd made way for them. Up ahead was a battle spirit stall owner, his cultivation realm unknown. He sat down cross-legged, facing the discussions all around him. He closed his eyes and rested, calm and collected. In front of the battle spirit, there was a crystal ball the size of a wash basin, and in the crystal ball there was a ray of light that was less than a finger long. This ray of light was like a small fish swimming back and forth in the crystal ball. His gaze shifted to the front where the introduction of the light was written. One strand of power, confuse all powers. After fusing, one strand of power will be increased. Man sure scratched his head and asked in confusion, one strand of power? What is this? Who would lack this strand of power? Wu Xie shook his head and said, to be able to fuse all powers, the function sounds great, but it's useless. Even at a critical moment, that strand of power can't save your life. Moreover, it costs 2 million luck points. It wasn't just the two of them, but the others also felt that this thing was useless. Even Hammer shook his head again and again. Sure enough, no one wants this thing because no one lacks that strand of power. Although this thing is strange, it can't even be considered a chicken rib. Many cultivators shook their heads, preparing to leave. But at this time, Zichen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, Are you sure this strand of power can fuse all powers? As soon as these words came out, the entire crowd fell silent. Those cultivators who were preparing to leave also stopped and turned to look at Zichen. The stall owner opened his eyes when he heard this and glanced at Zichen. A light flashed in his eyes as he explained, This strand of power has an extraordinary origin. It is said to be a strand of source power that can evolve the power of all things in the world. Zichen nodded and said, In that case, 2 million luck points is not expensive. The quiet surroundings instantly burst into an uproar. A strand of power for 2 million luck points is not expensive. If you want power, we can give it to you. You can refine it yourself. Not to mention a strand of power, we can even give you thousands of strands of power. However, just as everyone thought that Zichen was stupid, the stall owner said, You know what's good for you. Zichen smiled and said, I'll buy this thing. As soon as Zichen's voice fell, the uproar around them became even louder. Seeing Zichen's indifferent look and his action of drawing the luck points, everyone was shocked and angry. Even if there were luck points, he couldn't spend them like this. Is it useful to buy a piece of trash with 2 million luck points? At this moment, the crowd was itching to step forward and send Zichen flying with a kick in order to stop his transaction. However, everyone also knew that a person who could take out 2 million luck points was naturally not a weakling. Therefore, even if some people had other thoughts, they did not dare to step forward to stop him. However, everyone was hoping in their hearts that a powerful existence would appear and stop the other party. After all, the transaction had not been completed yet. The 2 million luck points were still there. Once the transaction was over, even if they killed that kid, they would only get a piece of trash. Did I allow you to use my luck points to trade? As if the prayer had worked, an indifferent voice sounded from afar. As this voice rang out, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Soon after, many cultivators quickly arrived and surrounded Zichen's group as well as the stall. These people came aggressively. Seeing that the situation was not good, the others also retreated far away. Man, sure, Wu Xie! And the others turned around and looked at these people indifferently. Then, They saw some familiar faces among these people. I let you run away last time, and now you dare to come again? Are you courting death? Looking at the people in front of him, Wu Xie said coldly, Ziqin, our boss Lu Zongqing, Lu Yuan is here. Today is the day you die. A cultivator at the middle stage of the first domain realm shouted at Ziqin. Unfortunately, Ziqin did not pay attention to them. The transaction continued, and he did not stop. He was still counting luck points. I said stop the transaction. Didn't you hear me? Those are my luck points. Did I allow you to trade? The indifferent voice sounded again. The crowd parted, and a youth with a cold face walked over. The youth was the boss of Lu Zongqing, Lu Yuan. He was at the peak of the middle stage of the first domain realm and was only a step away from the advanced stage. He was wearing a blue robe, but there were many patterns engraved on it. These patterns formed one pattern after another. As he walked, there was also power surging on the surface of his body. Obviously, the blue robe was a defensive item and was not weaker than a king-level spiritual weapon. Lu Zongqing's group of cultivators stared at Lu Yuan with fanatical eyes. It's Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's combat power is extremely strong. Although the city's ranking is not high, some time ago, he killed the leader of a top-ranked force. The other party has millions of luck points. This is worthy of Lu Yuan to take action. As Lu Yuan approached, the surrounding people continued to discuss. When these discussions entered their ears, Lu Zongqing's cultivators looked even more arrogant. After they escaped, they tried to find a way to inform their own forces. They accidentally found out that Lu Yuan's boss was still here. After Lu Yuan heard that there were millions of luck points, he led his men to kill them. Coincidentally, when they arrived, they saw Ziqin carrying out a 2 million luck points transaction. They were a little shocked, but they were more excited, especially Lu Yuan. He originally thought that he could get millions of luck points, but he did not expect to see someone take out 2 million luck points. This kind of harvest was much higher than expected. With the arrival of Lu Yuan, another group of cultivators came from outside. These cultivators belonged to several other forces. Among them were cultivators from Perpetual Moon City and Wu Demon City. Wu Fei and Yong can also followed. After they learned that the people of Huping City had slaughtered Lu Zongqing's people, they knew that Lu Yuan would not let it go, so they rushed over in time. As the two forces approached, the cultivators who saw Ziqin intimidate the two forces also walked in one after another. Soon, this place was packed with people. Everyone was here for Ziqin and Lu Yuan. As the focus of everyone's attention, Lu Yuan walked over with a cold expression. Almost everyone was looking at him, but there were two people who ignored him. They were Ziqin and the stall owner, who were in the middle of their transaction. Ziqin did not stop. Soon, 2 million luck points were transferred to the stall owner. The stall owner put away the luck points and handed the trace of power to Ziqin. Ziqin put it away. The transaction was completed just like that. 2 million was spent just like that. Everyone was stunned, and Lu Yuan's expression became even colder. He glanced coldly at Ziqin and said, I told you to stop the transaction. Didn't you hear me? Ziqin turned around and glanced at Lu Yuan, asking, Who are you? Lu Yuan was stunned, but before he could introduce himself, he saw the stall owner leave. So he said to the stall owner, Those are my luck points. Stop the transaction, and I can return them to you. In this place, battle spirits were protected. No one could harm battle spirits. At this moment, Lu Yuan actually said such words to battle spirits. Obviously, he was too angry, losing 2 million luck points in one go. Even if he killed Ziqin, he would only get a publicly recognized trash. Naturally, he was so angry that he lost his mind. In this place, battle spirits were not to be trifled with. This was publicly known. Chapter 14:21. The battle spirit stall owner's answer was very surprising. It was as if he had a deep grudge with this human and wanted him to be killed. However, some people guessed that this human knew he was going to lose his luck points, so he purposely made a deal. The fact that the battle spirit answered in such a way proved that the power was not useful at all. Zichen frowned. He thought that this was his first time seeing this battle spirit, and they did not have any grudges. What did you say? Are you courting death? Man sure turned around and roared at the stall owner. The others, such as Shangguanhong, also looked at the battle spirit indifferently. Are you serious? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Kill him, and this is yours. A ball of light appeared in the stall owner's hand. It was the 2,000,000 luck points that Zichen had just given him. Could it be that Zichen has offended that battle spirit? Xueming, who was at the back, appeared to be very puzzled. Yong Kan and Wu Fei were also puzzled. However, they were here to watch the battle, so they were most concerned about the upcoming battle. All right. Lu Yuan laughed loudly. He was in an extremely good mood. He looked at Zichen and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yuan. I'm from Luzongqing. You should be very clear about the grudges between us." Zichen looked at the excited Lu Yuan and said indifferently, "I know. I killed your people, but I regret it now." Lu Yuan sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to regret it now?" Zichen sighed. "It is indeed too late. If this had happened earlier, I would not have let any of you go." You. Lu Yuan's face turned green. He thought that Lin Fan was regretting it because he had made a mistake. Who knew that it was because he did not kill everyone? Zichen, don't be so smug. Today is the day you die. A cultivator shouted, his face full of anger. He was one of the escapees. Lu Yuan said coldly, "How dare you boast in front of me? Today not only will I kill you, but all of you will also die." However, Lu Yuan's gaze landed on Shang Guanhong and Dongqing. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "However, before these two beauties die, I think I should do something." Everyone was furious. Even Shang Guanhong and Dongqing were so angry that their faces turned red. Zichen took a deep breath. There was a hint of indifference in his voice. He said, "Killing people here, does no one care? This is a grudge between humans. Naturally, no one cares. If you want to seek shelter here, I'm afraid your hopes will be dashed." Lu Yuan mocked. Zichen nodded his head and said, "Since it's like this, then I'm relieved. Originally, I only planned to kill you and not the others. However, based on your disrespectful words to my companion, I've decided to kill all of you Liuzong City cultivators present." Boasting shamelessly, Lu Yuan sneered again, full of disdain. However, the Luzongqing cultivators who knew how strong Zichen was could not help but change their expressions when they heard this. Zichen glanced at Lu Yuan, then looked at the other Luzongqing cultivators. His indifferent voice carried a hint of killing intent. "I, Zichen, do not like killing, but I bear grudges. I will not show mercy to those who deserve to be killed. Your actions are very hateful. If I am lucky enough to meet you, I will send the rest of your people to meet you in the underworld." As soon as these words came out, it caused a commotion. Clearly, Zichen had already treated them all as dead people. This Zichen has always been so arrogant. However, this Lu Yuan is extremely difficult to deal with. He is even stronger than Wu Fei and Yong Kan, Xueming's brother said. Lu Yuan was very strong. This time, even Xueming did not have confidence, so he could only choose to remain silent. Yong Kan and Wu Fei also looked ahead solemnly. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He was not willing to listen to Zichen's nonsense anymore, so he directly stepped forward to kill. As he dodged, he raised his palm. There was a powerful surge of energy between his palm and fingers. As this energy fluctuated, the first to react was not Zichen, but the battle spirit stall owners. They waved their sleeves and took away everything. Then, in a flash, they rushed back, leaving behind a battlefield. Swoosh! Swoosh! As if they were used to this kind of situation, the battle spirit stall owners' actions were uniform. After they retreated, their eyes were full of anticipation. As the energy surged the battle spirits retreated. On the battlefield, a huge spatial array appeared. The moment this spatial array appeared, it enveloped both sides. As soon as the battle began, the participants were isolated and placed in the middle of the spatial battlefield. The great array here has activated by itself. This is a spatial array. It actually enveloped everyone. How ruthless! Is it really going to decide the life and death of one side? This spatial battlefield has no exit unless one side is completely annihilated. This time, I don't know who will live and who will die. When the crowd saw the two groups of people in the array, they exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest. He had already experienced this once. At that time, he was the one who walked out of the battlefield alive. He believed that he would be able to walk out alive this time. He was confident, but the 100 or so domain realm experts who came in with him did not have the slightest bit of confidence. In the original plan, they were only responsible for encircling the two sides and leaving the killing to their boss. However, the sudden appearance of such a battlefield meant that both sides could attack without restraint. Perhaps their boss would be able to leave alive, but they would all die. You guys defend. The surging energy in his palm was on the verge of exploding. Lu Yuan reminded his subordinates, and then sent a palm strike towards Zichen. The changes in the surroundings caused Chen's expression to change slightly. However, the moment Lu Yuan's palm strike arrived, he was already prepared to attack. Starlight flashed out from his chest. He clenched his right fist and punched out amidst the surging lightning. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the spatial battlefield. The spatial energy here began to vibrate, and the entire spatial battlefield was distorted. Zichen stood on the spot. His body swayed slightly as he completely dissipated the remaining energy. On the other hand, Lu Yuan actually took 3 steps back. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change, whether they were inside or outside the array. However, some people could tell that Lu Yuan's attack was just a test. He did not use his full strength. This time, Lu Yuan has kicked an iron plate, Wu Fei said in a deep voice outside the array. Why do you say that? That move was just a test, Yunkin asked. Yes, it was a test. But look at Chen's companions. Look at their expressions. Following Wu Fei's guidance, Yonkin turned his head and saw that Chen's companions had actually retreated far away from the formation. There was no trace of nervousness or solemnity on their faces. Instead, they seemed very relaxed. There were even 2 of them with their arms crossed, looking like they were waiting to watch a good show. They are not worried about Chen at all. Do they think that Chen can defeat Lu Yuan? Yongken was not the only one who asked the same question. Even Xueming's brother could tell. Xueming replied, It's hard to say whether he can win or not, but Lu Yuan must die. Must die? Why? Because the array also enveloped that battle spirit. That person is very strong. In my opinion, he is not weaker than Zichen. Even if Zichen can't defeat him, the 2 of them can still kill Lu Yuan together. That means Lu Yuan must die. Lu Yuan must die, and so must the people he brought with him. Perhaps the entire Liuzong city will be erased from the manor world because of those idiots from before. Just as all kinds of speculations were being made, the battle in the array continued. It was undeniable that Lu Yuan's combat strength was indeed very strong. His first attack was just a test, but his subsequent attacks were very powerful. The 2 of them did not use any weapons. They fought with their own strength. Boom! Palm and fist collided, and a loud explosion was heard. As the energy trembled and the energy ripples surged, Chen, who had been blasted away, rushed forward again, ignoring the destructive power. Chen relied on his strong physical strength. Lu Yuan's body also glowed. He was not afraid of the energy ripples and rushed toward Chen. The 2 of them were like 2 beams of light, constantly tangling with each other. As they tangled, the space began to distort crazily. This Chen is actually able to fight evenly with Lu Yuan. Furthermore, he has not even used a weapon. Looks like we were right to retreat back then. Yongqing could not help but comment as he watched the battle within the spatial array. Wu Fei glanced at Yongqing and did not say anything. However, he thought to himself, "Nonsense, I was injured by a single punch. How can he not be powerful?" Ziqin, who possessed the one-star Thunder King body, was equivalent to a first-layer domain realm existence. However, he could not suppress Lu Yuan with the power of his perfect body. This was enough to show how strong Lu Yuan was. Lu Yuan could not take down Ziqin after so long, so he naturally did not underestimate him. The two of them fought for a long time, but there was still no clear victor. After the collision, Lu Yuan retreated in a flash. He smiled coldly at Ziqin and said, "I won't play with you anymore. You're only at the mid-corporeal realm, but your physical strength is comparable to a first-domain realm cultivator. It seems that this is your strongest move. I'll send you on your way now." As he spoke, a sword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. "I have the same intention," Ziqin said as a sheathed saber appeared in his hand. The moment Ziqin took out his saber, many people outside the array looked at Ziqin. These people had either been intimidated by the black saber before, or they had seen Ziqin use the black saber to intimidate Wu Fei and Yongqing's factions. They were also very curious as to what kind of power Ziqin would have after using the black saber. At this moment, everyone was completely focused on the two people in the array. They did not notice that the moment Ziqin took out his scabbard, the gazes of many battle spirits in the field narrowed and their expressions changed. "I see." Chapter 1422. One wielded a saber, while the other wielded a sword. The real battle of life and death had begun. Judging from the current situation, there was no clear victor between the two sides. Their battle prowess was equally matched. But those who knew Lu Yuan knew that he had yet to use his strongest move, and Ziqin, relying on his physical strength, was evenly matched with Lu Yuan. This could be considered as using a trump card. This time, even Ziqin's companions, who were waiting to watch a good show, gradually became serious. Lu Yuan's long sword emitted a halo of light. He looked at Ziqin and said coldly, "Take my next move, and you will be qualified to make me use my true trump card." Ziqin gripped his scabbard with his left hand and replied indifferently, "You will die within 2 moves." Shameless boasting. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. His glowing long sword suddenly emitted a blazing blue light. This blue light was like the clear blue sky, illuminating the entire space battlefield. A cold pressure swept through the space battlefield, making one feel as if there was a sharp blade at one's back. Seeing Lu Yuan's long sword shine with blue light, the expressions of some of the cultivators outside the battlefield changed. This was one of Lu Yuan's strongest moves. It used to be one of his trump cards. That day in the space battlefield, he had used this move to kill his opponent and walk out of the space battlefield. At that time, Lu Yuan said that this move was his strongest move. But now, Lu Yuan directly used this move. Clearly, he had recently comprehended a new powerful move. Lu Yuan is stronger than before. Yongqing and Wu Fei's expressions became more and more serious. Lu Yuan used his killing move. Ziqin is in danger. Someone sighed, thinking that Ziqin's calmness was just an act. Above the long sword, the blue light became increasingly dazzling. The entire space battlefield was filled with a powerful, oppressive aura. Lu Yuan's eyes had turned blue. His expression was cold and ferocious. It was a soul-stirring sight. He gripped his long sword tightly and slashed at Ziqin. Blue light kill. A cold shout resounded throughout the battlefield. Lu Yuan and his sword transformed into blue light at the same time. Then, they rushed forward at high speed towards Ziqin. This sword caused the space around it to twist and distort. It gave off an ear-piercing sound as it pierced towards Ziqin's forehead with a blinding blue light. The energy vibrated on the battlefield. Zi Chen's black robes and black hair fluttered in the wind. A blue light shone from his cold eyes. His entire body was enveloped by the blue light, which contained a monstrous killing intent. With a sharp whistle, the blue beam of light shot forward, reaching Zi Chen's glabella in the blink of an eye. Outside the battlefield, everyone was very nervous. Victory or defeat, life or death, might be revealed in an instant. Compared to the humans, the many battle spirit stall owners were more focused on the long blade in Zi Chen's hand. To be exact, they were focused on the scabbard in Zi Chen's hand. The scabbard belonged to Ba Dao. In the past, Ba Dao had commanded the wind and clouds here. They could not recognize the awakened Ba Dao, but they would never forget the scabbard that once belonged to him. This scabbard made their hearts tremble in fear. Zi Chen's body shone with a silver light. His right hand, which was on the scabbard, clenched and pulled out the blade the moment the blue light attacked. Whoosh! In the battlefield, the crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out. A ray of silver light appeared in the battlefield that was originally dominated by the blue light. After the silver light appeared, it expanded at an extremely fast speed. In almost an instant, it occupied half of the battlefield. The silver light and the blue light each occupied half. Then, the sword light and the blade light met. With this strike, Zi Chen split into 8. The blade light opened up like a folding fan and spread towards the blue sword light. Boom! The 2 attacks were released, and there were continuous explosions in the battlefield. The 2 lights that shone in the battlefield gradually dissipated after the collision. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 2 lights were about to dissipate, Zi Chen and Lu Yuan turned into flowing light and retreated. The 2 attacks were evenly matched again. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Last time, Lu Yuan used this move to kill his opponent. I didn't expect that this time he couldn't even hurt his opponent. No wonder that Zi Chen dared to challenge Lu Yuan. He had such a trick up his sleeve. As the 2 retreated, the crowd of cultivators outside the battlefield was in an uproar. "He's really strong," Wu Fei and Yong Can exclaimed. "Very strong, but Lu Yuan should have even stronger moves," Xueming's brother said. In the battlefield, Lu Zongqing's cultivators paled when they saw that Zi Chen had blocked the attack again. "Don't worry. Boss hasn't shown his true killing move yet. Next, Zi Chen will definitely die." A subordinate who knew the details tried to persuade him. However, looking at his twitching eyes, it was obvious that he was not calm either. "Good, good, good." After retreating, Lu Yuan wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of malevolence in his cold eyes. This collision did not mean that he had lost. In fact, the difference between the 2 of them was not big. It was just that Zi Chen's body was too strong and blocked the shock of the energy. Although Lu Yuan was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he was not injured. The cultivators in this world are really good. We've only met one, and he can actually challenge Zi Chen. Behind Zi Chen, Wu Xie and the others were also sighing. Zi Chen's long saber had already been sheathed. His eyes were still cold, and his words were equally cold. "I said that I would kill you in 2 attacks. I'm a man of my word. I also said that you'll only be qualified to make me use my true killing move if you can block one of my attacks." The long sword in Lu Yuan's hand was still releasing blue light, but this blue light was much brighter than before. The blue light instantly became dazzling, and the entire battlefield turned into a sea of blue light in the next moment. Everyone was drowned in this sea of blue light, as if they were in a viscous sea. The people outside could no longer see what was happening in the battlefield. The only thing they could see was the source of the blue light, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was like a blue sun, releasing blue light that illuminated the battlefield. Even though they were separated by a formation, the people outside the battlefield still felt an oppressive force. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected Lu Yuan to be so powerful. Lu Yuan's voice rang out from the sea of blue light. My battle strength has long since reached the level of a high-level life form. Even if a high-level life form with a pure bloodline was in front of me, I was confident that I could fight him for 300 rounds. You're just a human in the middle stage of the corporeal realm. What right do you have to fight me? You're nothing in front of me. Lu Yuan's voice reverberated both inside and outside the battlefield. His voice was ethereal and seemed to contain some kind of powerful will. At this moment, Lu Yuan was like a god in the sea of blue light. Inside and outside the battlefield, everyone who heard these words had shocked expressions on their faces. In the Manor realm, the most powerful life forms were not humans, battle spirits, or battle beasts, but high-level life forms. Zi Chen and the others had not encountered any high-level life forms on the 9th floor, but pure high-level life forms had appeared one after another in the other floors. These high-level life forms were not like the high-level life forms with bloodlines that Dongqing had subdued. They were pure, genuine high-level life forms. These were the truly powerful existences. However, there was also an extremely powerful existence among the human race, which had the most variables. These existences were said to be comparable to high-level life forms. In other words, they had battle strength that was not weaker than high-level life forms. Such existences had been appearing non-stop for some time now. They could fight high-level life forms for hundreds of rounds. But as time passed, these existences and high-level life forms had stepped onto a different level. They had not expected Lu Yuan to be an existence of this level. Battle strength comparable to high-level life forms? Zi Chen is finished. Zi Chen's battle strength is very strong, but he's still far from being comparable to high-level life forms. Since Lu Yuan can fight high-level life forms for 300 rounds, Zi Chen will definitely die if he faces Lu Yuan. Outside the battlefield, there was a lot of discussion. On the battlefield, the cultivators on Lu Zongqing's side were also greatly motivated and were shouting Lu Yuan's name. However, they were like shrimps in the sea. They could only make sounds, but could not be seen. Just as everyone thought that Zi Chen was definitely going to die, a beam of light appeared on the opposite side of the blue sun. To be precise, it was a combination of two colors, gold and silver. The light wasn't bright, but it didn't extinguish. No matter how the blue light raged, it still could not cover its light. Just like the Xingqian stars under the bright night sky, no matter how bright the moonlight was, it still could not cover its own light. That should be the light emitted by Zi Chen's battle technique. It's clear who's stronger and who's weaker. Too weak, the light is too weak. This Zi Chen is considered powerful among humans, but in front of existences comparable to high-level life forms, he's too weak. Everyone was discussing, and none of them were optimistic about Zi Chen. At this moment, except for a few people, no one was optimistic about Zi Chen. Swoosh! In the space battlefield, Lu Yuan moved. He passed through the layers of blue light and directly rushed towards Zi Chen. In the entire space battlefield, the blue light fell into a berserk state, like boiling seawater. The endless blue light suppressed, wanting to drown the spots of light. This was Lu Yuan's attack. Whoosh! The sound of the scabbard being unsheathed sounded again. Then, the dim, dual-colored light suddenly shone brightly, just like the initial light of heaven and earth. It was small in size, but bright and dazzling. Its sharpness covered the endless blue light. Its appearance was like the king of all light. Wherever it passed, all light retreated. The blue light scattered like a rising tide when the tide ebbed. The bright, two-colored light also disappeared in a flash. The battle ended quickly, and there was no violent explosion. Lu Yuan was still standing in his original position, and Zi Chen had not moved a single step. The battle between the two seemed to have not started, but in fact it was already over. Who won and who lost, who lived and who died, no one could tell, so the world seemed to be deathly silent. If you can compare to high-level life forms like this, then high-level life forms are too weak. Chapter 14:23. The battle ended quickly. The two of them stood in their original positions and no one could tell who had won. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone stared at the two people in the space battlefield. The sudden voice came from Zichen. He had already sheathed his long saber, and he looked at Lu Yuan with an indifferent expression. Lu Yuan's face was still ferocious. He looked at Zichen, and his mouth moved as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, blood gushed out from his mouth. Then Lu Yuan's neck overflowed with dark red blood. His head tilted, and his entire head left his body falling down. The silent world was in an uproar because of this scene. Defeated. Lu Yuan had actually been defeated, and defeat naturally meant death. Lu Yuan's move was so powerful, but he was still killed. He said he would kill the enemy in 2 moves, and he really did it. This Zichen is really strong. Lu Yuan, who was comparable to a high-level life form and could fight 300 rounds with a high-level life form, was killed in 2 moves. While the crowd was in an uproar, their faces were filled with shock. It seems that our retreat was very wise. Looking at the headless corpse, Yongkin shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other cultivators were terrified when they saw the 2 of them. At the same time, they were glad that their boss had made the right choice. The cultivators who originally looked down on the 2 forces for not having the guts to retreat also shut their mouths at this moment. The saber drawing technique is really powerful. As expected of Ba Dao's item, some battle spirits couldn't help but praise. Ba Dao's saber drawing technique was as powerful as ever. The saber drawing technique is indeed powerful, but this Zichen is definitely not ordinary. The battle spirit stall owner who had instigated Lu Yuan to fight looked at Zichen with shining eyes. That move just now had exceeded Zichen's combat strength by too much. It wasn't just the saber drawing technique's effect. Lu Yuan's death stunned the cultivators of Lu Zongqing. Their boss, who they had placed their hopes on, was killed just like that. Zichen's expression was still indifferent, and the space battlefield still didn't disappear. After killing Lu Yuan, he didn't intend to continue. Behind Zichen, Manshur and the others began to rub their fists and palms together. Murderous expressions appeared on their faces. A large orb of light floated out from Lu Yuan's body and flew towards Zichen. These were luck points, and they seemed to give quite a few. Kill! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Manshur and the others rushed forward, and a powerful aura surged out. Boom! In the space battlefield, a violent energy began to surge, and all kinds of dazzling energy attacks appeared. The battle began. The slaughter had begun. This was the second time they were shocked since Zichen had killed Lu Yuan. With the exception of Zichen, everyone else made a move, including the heavy hammer. The reborn black sledgehammer displayed an incomparably ferocious power. Screams, wails, pleas for mercy, all sorts of sounds could be heard. However, it was useless. The slaughter continued, and no one was soft-hearted. Outside the battlefield, when everyone saw this scene, besides being shocked, they were also a little confused. The reason for that was because those people were truly too ferocious. What kind of team is this? Why is everyone so fierce? This team is really too powerful. They are really from Huping City. Since when did such a level of powerhouses appear in Huping City? Fortunately, Lu Yuan is already dead. If he was still alive, he would be scared to death after seeing the combat power of these people. Indeed, that black-robed man with the heavy hammer is not weaker than Zichen at all. The battle lasted for a long time, and it was also very fierce. Of course, it was not because the battle was fierce, but because the deaths were too tragic. Manshur had transformed into a giant. With the appearance of his powerful physique, he could severely injure Lu Zongqing's cultivators even if they did not die. He alone could deal with dozens of cultivators of the same level, and he was completely invincible. Needless to say, Wu Xia, with his immortal body, could be called a king among those of the same level. No one could kill him. In other words, among the Lu Zongqing cultivators present, no one had the ability to kill him. Dongqing had many powerful battle beasts by his side. These battle beasts all had the bloodlines of high-level life forms. With their protection, no one could get close to him. Every time Shangguan Hong pointed a finger, there would be a flash of green light. As each green light bloomed, some domain realm cultivators would die. As for the heavy hammer, it was needless to say, wherever the huge black hammer passed, even Ziqin would have to retreat. No one else could compete with it. Shi Wei's attack was also very strong. Together with the Go-Wen brothers formation, they were in an invincible position. It could be said that this was a one-sided massacre. The slaughtered party had no power to resist. The massacre finally ended. There were only 9 people left in the space battlefield. Balls of light floated out of the corpses and gathered toward the 8 people. Swoosh! As the balls of light disappeared, the entire space battlefield began to distort. Then, the space battlefield opened, and Ziqin and the others reappeared. However, the corpses in the space battlefield dissipated in the next moment. Looking at this scene, Man Shi snorted and said, "Fortunately, I was prepared." As he spoke, he raised the large number of spirit rings that belonged to the Lu Zongqing cultivators in his hand. Ziqin and the others reappeared. The murderous aura on their bodies surged. The others subconsciously retreated, not daring to look them in the eye. At this moment, Ziqin's name would undoubtedly spread throughout the space battlefield. The name of Hu Pingcheng, who had lived for thousands of years, was destined to cause a violent commotion. After reappearing, Ziqin looked coldly at the stall owner and said indifferently, "I'm afraid you're very disappointed that I'm still alive." The stall owner smiled and said, "I'm a little disappointed." Man Shi and the others were furious. "I don't believe that this place will unconditionally protect a battle spirit," Ziqin said indifferently. Everyone was shocked. What did Ziqin mean? Was he going to attack a battle spirit here? "You can try," the stall owner said indifferently. "You and I will fight, regardless of life or death. Do you dare?" Ziqin said coldly. This was a challenge. It was the first time a battle spirit had been challenged in the space battlefield. The others' expressions changed as they looked at the stall owner. Of course, they also hoped that he would accept the challenge. After all, this way they would be able to see another exciting battle. Unexpectedly, the stall owner shook his head. "What? You don't dare?" Ziqin mocked. Although he was angry, he couldn't rashly attack a battle spirit because he didn't have the confidence to fight against this formation. "You're not my opponent. When your strength truly breaks through to the domain realm, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you." After saying this inexplicable sentence, the stall owner's solid figure slowly faded and finally disappeared like a phantom. However, the words he left behind were very puzzling to the people around him. The battle was over, and there was no good show to watch. The other stall owners shook their heads unhappily and returned to their stalls to set up their stalls. As for the other human cultivators, although they also began to trade normally, they deliberately avoided Ziqin and the others. The cultivators who came from Lu Zongqing were all slaughtered. This kind of battle strength shocked everyone present. Yong Kan Wu Fei and the others also shook their heads and then dispersed. At this moment, another stall owner collected enough luck points and turned to leave. "Man Shi, go set up your stall," Ziqin suddenly said. "Set up what stall?" Man Shi asked in confusion. "Set up a reward stall. 1,000 luck points per head. I only want the head and the token. I don't want anything else," Ziqin said coldly. Man Shi understood the meaning of Ziqin's words. His expression also turned cold as he said, "Indeed, it's time for us to fight back." While speaking, Man Shi strode forward. A human cultivator who wanted to occupy a spot suddenly saw Man Shi's murderous appearance and his expression changed. After hesitating for a few breaths, he turned and left. Man Shi took out a piece of animal skin, wrote some words on it, and began to set up his stall. Their group was the focus of attention. So Mansher's sudden action of setting up a stall also made many people curious. After a bold cultivator came forward and saw the words on the animal's skin, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Reward! The heads of Lu Zongqing cultivators. 1,000 luck points per head. Token is required as proof." The words were very few, but the meaning was very clear. This meant that Hu Pingqing and Lu Zongqing were irreconcilable enemies. This was another force that Zi Qian had offended after offending the three forces. Number 64, Lu Zongqing. Mansher sat in front of the stall to guard it, while Zi Qian and the others left the trading area and went out of the stronghold. There was no place to stay in the stronghold, so everyone had to come out in the end. There were no rules outside the stronghold, which led to many cultivators who bought things in the trading area being killed and robbed after coming out. Over time, the cultivators who came in and out of the trading area formed groups of 3 to 5. When Zi Qian and the others came out, no one dared to provoke them. From afar, Zi Qian saw Xueming and nodded at him, not intending to go forward. About 5 kilometers away from the trading area, Zi Qian and the others stopped. Gong Wei took out a Dharma artifact. As the Dharma artifact enlarged, a large hall appeared in front of everyone. Next, everyone would rest in the large hall and then comprehend their own techniques. Everyone was busy, and so was Zi Qian. However, he didn't comprehend the techniques, but looked at the trace of power. This trace of power seemed very useless, but at critical moments it was very useful, especially for Zi Qian. Zi Qian's current power had reached a true peak state. The origin energy in his body would not increase, and even the 2 void trees in the reality space had stopped working and no longer produced power. It was like a wooden barrel full of water that couldn't contain a single drop. However, the trace of power that Zi Qian had bought at a high price was equivalent to a drop of water that could completely merge into the wooden barrel. After this drop of water merged, it would cause some changes to the wooden barrel itself.